Hey everybody, and I am woefully off screen. Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to another round of Canje Plays, and today we are getting into Familiar Tales by Plaid Hat Games. This is a story crafting game. It is very cute. It is very it's built out to be like a family-based game. I played through the first mission so far, and just to kind of get a feel for how it works and it's okay. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. So I'm just kind of closing up the book so I don't spoil anything for y'all. But we'll go through it. I'll explain how the game operates, and we'll go through the app. So at first I thought I was like, okay, well, this is a game that you don't need. The app is not required, so you can play without it. But I was wrong. So it's going to be a game that is app driven. It is app driven. However, the location book itself plays how it does, and the app is actually not bad. The app teaches you how to play if you don't know how to play. But we'll get into all that. We'll get all that information going. So who we got? Hey, Jason. Jason, what's going on? Pull up a chair. Your chair is always ready for you. So we'll pull up a chair, Jason. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. So we're gonna get into kind of how Familiar Tale works, how a solo play of Familiar Tale works, because even in solo play you are controlling all characters, but it's not as crazy as you think. So each character, and so much to go into, so much to go into, so much. So before we begin, let me start off by saying thank you to my Patreons. I appreciate you so much. Thank you to my YouTube subscribers. I appreciate you as well. I'm so looking forward to playing this game with you all. Once again, and I'll preface this as we go, is this game is not, if you're like, oh, I want to play Kingdom Death, the fairy tale game, that's not this. If you've played games like, God, the game just left out of my head. Is the other one where you're teaching like a little girl's getting used to growing up and sleeping in the bed and all this, and you're playing her stuff fables. If you've played Stuff Fables, this game's like Stuff. So if you're like, well, I enjoyed Stuff Fables, I think you'll enjoy this game. If it's a game that you're looking to bring to, like, kids or some friends who enjoys the fairy tale, kind moving type of game that tells a very heart wrenching story, you're on point for that. So it's gonna be fun. Always think that you're coming to the game with the mind of, this is not going to be a game that I'm going to sit here and say it is equivalent to Descent or equivalent to Zombicide or equivalent to Nemesis or Kingdom Death. It's none of that. It's a very light felt game, but it has fun too, right? And like I said, we'll get into the solo play mode so you can see that. I do have the rule book up, and I do have it on PDF, so we can zip through stuff just in case there's something screwy going on. As I'm growing the channel, I'm aiming for being as good at it as I can to get the rules right for you all. So I know it frustrates some people when I miss stuff. All right. So with that out of the way, let's get some information, and then we're gonna head down to the table. So Familiar Tales, it has not yet been rated on Board Game Geek. It came out probably like a week ago. It was delivered to my house a week ago. I pre-ordered it, and it was delivered about a week ago. But people have other people in the community have been playing the game at their table, so have already got it to the table. Probably already beat the game. I don't know. But so far, the community is saying it's 1 to 4 player, and if you're playing solo, you're playing all characters. If you're playing 2 player, it's all different rules. 3 player, different rules, and then 4 player, you're controlling your own character. And I'll explain all that in a sec. So the community is saying that it's best played 2 to 4 player. I'm playing it solo, so meh, and we'll see how that goes. The game is about 45 to 120 minutes. I don't know if that's in total or per mission. So far, I got through the first mission that I ran through just to see what it was about and what it was like in about 30 minutes. So maybe that can't be the whole thing. So we'll see. Hey, Tobold, what's going on? Pull up a chair. You are always welcome. So pull up a chair. So age 8 plus, like I said, it's a game for the kids, right? Community is saying 14 plus. We'll have to see why as the story unfolds. But the Plathead Games had this game set to be for, or Jerry Hawthorne, sorry, had this game set to be for 8 plus, right? The weight on it's about a 3.0 out of 5 of complexity. There is a lot of moving parts to the game. And I'll say a lot of moving parts. There's a crafting system, there's an upgrade system, there is an artifact system. There's you got to deal with the baby because it starts off with you having a baby. Well, not you having a baby, but you getting a baby into your possession, and then you have to. The baby has discontent, so the baby will start off happy, and then baby will start getting a little bit angrier as things go, and that could work against you in the long run. So you have to manage the baby's discontent while you're trying to move through, and it goes through 3 eras. So the first era is baby, second era is the baby is grown into a child, and third era the baby's grown into an adult. And so you have to mitigate how that baby's you get to shape how what path that child's life takes as it moves through. So like I said, there is a lot to it. Hey Matt, what's going on? Pull up a chair. So Jerry Hawthorne designed this game. He was the creator, and it's beautiful. I tried to get all the player characters painted. I tried to paint them all before today, but so many things have come up. I have one character I didn't paint, so I have 3 of them painted. But the big one I'm saving for next week, and I'm going to paint him. And once we return back to the game, you will see him painted. It's just I couldn't get to it. Sorry, tried. So we'll see. Thomas, what's going on? Yo. So it'll be good. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to getting my copy of this. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be great. So designer Jerry Hawthorne, great group of artists worked on this. The artwork is gorgeous. It's very fairy tale, but it's beautiful. The cards are cool and all that. And then we have our publisher, which is Plathead Games, who, if you pre-ordered this, you got it. You should be able to still order it, but just pre-orders delivered now. So it's not like, okay, well, I didn't pre-order, so I'll never get it. You'll get it. Okay. Y'all want to see what this game is about, and you're done hearing me talk about it without showing it, so let's get down to the table. Okay, so this is the game. There's a couple things going on before we pop into this location, okay, that we have to go through. And there's an app that does setup for you, right? And the app actually pulls your hand as it walks you through of, okay, we're doing a combat round. This is what happens. We do this type of stuff. This is what happens. And it comes with battle music. It comes with a nice set of things. So let's get into the setup. If you're playing solo, and I gotta pull out the banish box because these are things that have to get removed. If you're playing solo mode, first of all, each character comes with their own deck of cards. We have Flicker, Chalk, Blaze, and Gribbert. Yes, Gribbert. Gribbert is a cursed frog. Blaze is a fox spirit. Chalk is a golem, and Flicker is a fairy. And so you have these characters that you will be controlling throughout this entire game. It's very, very cute. And I've painted them down here, as you can see, the 3 of them, Blaze, Flicker, and Gribbert's here. Here's the baby. And then Chalk, I didn't get to yet. I primed the Zenithal highlighted, but I have not painted yet, and I'll be painting this. He will be painted by next week, I promise you that. So, but you'll be able to distinguish him. I haven't painted any of the NPCs or villains or whatnot. Those will come later as we go, but so far this story is still pretty darn cute. Okay. They all come with their own set of decks. So if you're playing 4-player, you get your own deck. You draw 5 cards, you play, you redraw 5 cards. When your turn comes around, you play again. So it's that simple order of things. You go, somebody else goes, somebody else goes, somebody else goes, and then the enemies go. What changes in solo play is that you're going to control all 4, but instead of controlling 4 deck of cards, you control 1 deck of cards. You combine them all. But before you combine them, you have to take out 2 focus cards. Just take them out. Don't care who. 2 focus cards, 2, 3, 4 assist cards, and 4 reckless cards. And what the game tells you to do with that is this is the banish box. It comes with the game tuck boxes. So this is the banish box. You just stick those in the banish box as they are banished from the game, right? And then with the rest of things, you shuffle up the rest of the deck. Every character is going to run off this deck of cards. Once the deck runs out, you reshuffle it, you redraw up. There's no penalty to it. There's no problems that are going to happen. There's nothing crazy. So it's going to be, let's say I get to determine who goes first. Usually when you play with the app will determine, but on solo play, you get to pick whoever you want to go first. It does not matter. So I will be setting the turn orders for this as we go, and the app will just keep track of it all. And the app is just kind of voiceover audio for what's going on, or a decision tree that you have to make. There's no combat for the app. There's nothing that says, okay, well, you can only do the like how Descent is, Legends of the Dark, where it tells that type of stuff. The app doesn't do that. The location book deals with all of it. So it's just narrative, just so you know, it's just narrative and decision tree. But it also has a lovely glossary that was really well done, just in case you have questions on what's going on. So let's talk about our characters. So we've got Gribbert, and if you want, I tried to flatten these out, but they kept warping, and I need to find a proper card sleeve to fit this in. I thought that the card sleeves for Tate and Grail would work, but they don't. So I need to find a better one, or I'm going to laminate it, one of the two. But if you flip it over, there is, and I'll hold up for people who want to. Good morning, all. Ready for some Jerry? Jerry Hawthorne goodness. So I'll hold this up, and people can pause later on if they want to read that backstory. But he's a cursed human who is there, and he is ranged. He has an ability, a default ability called Lashing Tongue, which is this one here. And we can break down this card a little bit. Hey, Pontus, what's going on? Pull up a chair. So basically it says when attacking, you see that lovely little mass symbol? If that mass symbol, if I roll it on my die, or I play a card, not roll on my die, sorry. If I play a card with that symbol, I then get to activate this ability, which lowers my danger level by 1. This familiar cannot target enemies that are 2 or more spaces away, and it's silent. So it's a ranged weapon. So Gribbert's ranged. What that means is I need to be 1 space away to use my ranged ability, which is time to hit people. And if I play a card that has that symbol, and we'll get into that in a second, but if I play a card that has that symbol on it, then I get to lower my danger level. Danger level is how the enemies react to you, and it could really hurt you in the long run. So you have to manage danger. Once again, things you have to manage as it goes. I know a lot of people might say that's too fiddly, but I don't. So that is that. And if you noticed on there in the center, and let me hold up this card one more time for you to see. So if you notice at the top, you see that 1? That's how much damage it does. It does 1 damage. So it'll just do 1 damage when I roll the die. However, here's the thing how it goes, and this is where you've seen this mechanic in other games. It's nothing new. What you're going to do is the enemy that you're fighting has an AC, right? It's what you need to meet to hit the creature. So it has, if you play D&D, it's called an AC, right? An armor class. So you have to hit that number to be able to do damage to that creature. So before I can do 1 damage, I need to play, in solo play, I need to play any amount of cards from my hand of the creature who's going to be doing the attack. And from there, we will add up those numbers to see if we can meet the AC. From that point, we roll this lovely dice. Oh yes, there is dice rolling, and it crushed me when I played through the last time. So you're in for a treat. But this dice has, you can add +2 to your score, -1, -2. You can get, I forgot what this thing's called. I think it's called a Surge. I can't remember. Like I said, I'll have to look it up. It's called I'll find it. Because I need that. But this charge ability, that you can get that. And if you get this charge ability, you can use it to upgrade your deck. You can use it to use your special ability if you have 5 of it, which is on your dial, which I'll show you in a second. All of them have the same amount, and or they have the skull, which increases danger. So based on that, you add, subtract, increase danger, or gain surge based on, and then do that to your total score. If you hit their armor class, you then get to do the 1 damage to them. So The mic sound is weird, like when you face the camera, it sounds muffled. Oh, is it sounding bad? Sorry, Pontus. Any better? Huh. Because it looks like it's showing like I'm a yellow lining, which is usually you could hear me just fine. Is it that bad? Well, let me know. Let me know if that sounds any better at all, and I'll endeavor to scoot closer. Let me see if I can just smidge, and see if I can scoot closer to see if it sounds better. Okay, so that is his ability. Blaze, Blaze has an ability as well called Vicious Bite. Blaze is melee, and Blaze's ability, once again, it does 1 damage. But Blaze says when attacking, if I add the fox symbol, if the attack reduces the target's life, it becomes. If the attack reduces the target's life, it becomes badly injured. And badly injured is a status effect that gets put on. I'll be playing with 1 large deck. I thought I'd mention. I'll mention it again. When you play solo, you play with 1 large deck. You don't play with multiple. You only play with 1 large deck. That is correct. So badly injured is a status effect that goes on them that can help mitigate a lot of the damage that they do because the enemies hit hard, especially since you're forest creatures. Chalk is the powerhouse. He still does 1 damage, but if you play it with a mountain symbol, you get to add +1, so he'll do 2 damage. So the strategy comes from here, and like I said, we'll look at the cards so you can see what I mean when I say that stuff, and we'll go through what that is. Then we have Flicker, who is more the range. Flicker is a range character, so 2 melee, 2 ranged. Flicker can hit you anywhere within line of sight, right? When she hits. If you use a wand symbol on one of the cards, like I said, I'll show you. I know it sounds so confusing. Stay with me. If you use one of the wand symbols on the cards, you get to re-roll the die should it roll something horrible. So she's my re-roll potential. Chalk is my extra damage potential. Blaze is my injured person. And then Gribbert reduces danger. So you have to think about the strategy on how you want to play these. No, I can hear you. It just sounds like you're not facing the mic. Huh. It usually works. It usually works. Okay, I'll endeavor to remain close. Let's see here. I might have to just put it on the table if it gets too crazy, Pontus. Okay, so we talked about their base abilities. They also have innate abilities. Once again, this is why it's a 3. There's a lot of stuff to keep track of. His innate ability for Gribbert. When moving, Gribbert treats water spaces as normal spaces, and Gribbert is immune to rushing water effects. But Gribbert can only wear light armor and cannot equip heavy items. So when we have to deal with water, Gribbert doesn't care. That's what that's saying. While the others will suffer from water effects, he is immune to rushing water effects, and he doesn't have to use extra movement to get through water spaces because he's a frog. Blaze, whenever Blaze gains a resource as the result of a forage action, and once again, we'll talk about it all, she can choose to gain food, which is this, or this is called fabric, or fabric. What do you use those for? You get to use those for one of 2 things. You get to use that for crafting, which we'll get. Basically, if you want to craft, you could take a craft action. There we go. And to get the craft item, you see here, you see those 2 things at the bottom? You just spend those 2, say that you're doing a craft action. Spend those 2, and you get the item, and you get to immediately equip it and use it if you want to. So that is the crafting set, and I'll tell you all about crafting when we get there, because I don't want to throw too much at you. Blaze cannot equip heavy items either, so Blaze is... that's just not going to work. Chalk has an ability called Carry. This is very important because the baby doesn't automatically come with you. You have to take the baby. And if anyone is taking the baby other than Chalk, their movement is basically reduced by 1. So let's see, it says for that move action are treated as if they have they only get to move once. They only get 1 move. So once they're carrying the baby, if Blaze, Gribbert, or Flicker carry the baby, they only get to do 1 move for every move action that they do, which is crazy. But Chalk has the ability to say, that doesn't bother me. I'm big, I'm strong, I'm going to pick you up, and walk away and have a good time. So that is Chalk. Chalk is immune to poison. Very important, especially for a golem. Flicker has an ability called Flying. Flicker can cross single solid white lines, and we'll talk about all that. Moving Flicker across a double dashed line requires only one movement point, and Flicker can only wear light armor and cannot equip heavy items. So it looks like only Chalk can equip heavy items while all this stuff goes. So that's stuff to keep in mind. They all have an ability that says if they pay 5 of the energy, I call it energy, but I'll look up the name. I know people are particular on names, so let me look up the name because I don't want to get yelled at. Because I just started calling it energy as I was playing yesterday. How is the book? The book is okay. The book is okay. It is all right. I'll say that. The book is all right. The back of the book is great because the back of the book has a quick reference that you can go through stuff. However, the app is amazing. So I'll say that. It's like, how was the rulebook for this? Aftermath rulebook was a mess. The book isn't a mess. It doesn't answer a lot of questions. However, the app does. So if you get on the app is super detailed. The rulebook, not so much. Not so much. I had a lot of questions, especially when defending against attacks that this book didn't answer, but the app did. And then I went on BGG, and the designer answered the question too. Yeah, so I call it energy, and I'm not gonna waste time looking through this because y'all want to see the gameplay, so we'll call it energy. So if I pay 5 energy to banish 1 card from your hand or discard pile, banish means put it in the banish box. It is gone forever. Okay, we've gone through the characters. The baby has a discontent meter, so it starts off happy, and as you keep going, it starts getting pissed. So what do you do when the baby starts getting pissed? And each era has its own stuff. I made it. You're going to be the best reference. I'm probably going to be because the rule book is it's not a mess, but like I said, the app is just so much better. So as the baby gets pissed, bad stuff starts happening. That all depends on what scenario you're in. However, you can mitigate the baby getting pissed or feeling discontent by this one card here, and it's per era. So each era, we're in era 1, where the baby is a baby. And it says that perform a care action while sharing a space with the baby to resolve the effect that matches the discontent dial. So based on what dial it's on, I can do one of these things to reduce discontent to keep the baby happy and quiet when I need it to. So that's what this card's for, and it's built there per era. And I'll hold this up so, like I said, people who want to see later can really get a good view of it. So there you go. And I'll talk, I have to use this card while we play, so it's going to be a thing. Okay, Misfortune. Misfortune happens basically if you fail, if a character goes down, if a character gets defeated, they go down. Do they die? No, they become badly injured, and that is awful. But they also gain misfortune, and misfortune, bad things start happening throughout the narrative as you have misfortune. So it's once again it's that branching path that says I'm going to do I could do this or I could do this. An area could be locked off to you with misfortune, or you try to sneak somewhere and it doesn't work because you have a lot of misfortune. So misfortune is something you definitely want to keep an eye on. And like I said, this is the thing where it says it's a 3 because I got to make the baby happy. I got to keep an eye on items that I can do to craft. There's an upgrade set that's up here that I get to deal with. I got to make sure I understand the character's abilities. I then have to make sure when I do these items to do the attack that I'm watching for those things. These are artifact items that you just find. You don't craft. You find as you play. The baby's here, so that's what's there. And then there's this fatigue deck. So, like I said, there's a lot of moving parts, but because they made the game one deck for solo play, it mitigates the frustration. Because if I had to handle 4 different decks, I'd probably go crazy. So, good on you. Good on you. So these fatigue cards get added to your hand based on what you choose, different different things can add fatigue cards to your hand. And what fatigue cards do is they gum up your hand, but they're not useless. Okay? They're not useless because, new rule, if the baby gets pissed, Canje needs to sing a song. They're not useless. They don't just sit in your hand and just say, "Oh, this I can't do anything with this turn." They offer one of each skill stat, which we'll go through, but they raise your danger. Always, always, always raise your danger. Okay, so that's where fatigue cards, you need to mitigate them. Getting them is not a bad thing as long as you can mitigate danger. Okay, we've gone through a lot of stuff, so let me start doing some setup while we talk. I'm supposed to show you the deck cards. So I need to shuffle up the crafting items to start. And let's just build this out before we get into it, and then we'll go to the app and I'll talk about the cards. So we build these out, we shuffle these up, then we draw 4. This is the market for stuff you can craft. So you draw 4, and when you craft something, you replace it with something else as you can craft. So if I have 2 wood, I can make a wormwood club that does 1 damage while attacking. I can add damage to it. I can reroll dice. I can do all this different stuff that's on there. The rainbow shield, when defending, if I roll a wand, my armor, when I'm defending, my armor increases by 1, which means I mitigate how much damage comes to me. The bright shards, when attacking, I get +1 agility. We'll talk about that in a second, what that means. And then the battle harness, which works with defending. So those are some really cool things that are on there for us to get, which are up here. Then we have our upgrade deck. And we'll shuffle these, and I have card sleeves sitting right next to me just in case we do an upgrade. And we have our upgrade deck, which we're going to shuffle, and we're going to draw 4, and that's the upgrade market. So we're going to draw 4 cards from there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And when we upgrade, we pay the upgrade cost, which is at the bottom, which is like 3 charges, to see what we're going to upgrade. We get that card, add it to the big deck, and we play with those. So it's a deck builder. It's, you craft items to make yourself stronger because you're only doing 1 damage to start and you want to be a little bit stronger. So that's how you do it. Okay, cards. I need to get the 2 types of card. Okay, these are 2 good examples. These are 2 perfect good examples. So the first card is, each card has these symbols on the side. Each one of them do. And those symbols are... Tell you what those symbols are. That's why I have to... The app does this so miraculous. Here we go. They are might. This is agility. This is resilience. And this is insight. And then this is movement. So, and then there's these 2 types of cards. There's the one with the square that's up here, and the one with the exclamation point. When you play a card with an exclamation point, this ability up here, you have a choice on if you want to do it or not, right? And each one has a different ability. This one in particular says that you may acquire 1 fatigue card to put in your skill discard pile so that you can draw another card into your hand if you want. So you can do that immediately. You just get a fatigue card, put it in your discard pile, and then you're able to draw a new card off your deck. All these things with the exclamation point, if it doesn't say may, they trigger immediately. Okay, there's ones for increasing danger, there's ones for healing yourself if you're hurt, there's ones for re-rolling dice, and then there's ones if you're playing solo play to immediately draw a card. Or if you're playing multiplayer, you're able to help. Other players can help you, but that means reducing their deck when it comes to their turn. Okay, when it doesn't have this symbol, it has this symbol. And if you're in combat, this symbol here is what happens with your ability card, right? So with that symbol, Tindermere on Flicker would activate, which means that if I play this, if I'm fighting something, and I roll the die and it's awful, like I hit a -2, I could re-roll that die. And you can have they can stack. If you have multiple wands, you can just keep re-rolling until you get what you want that amount of time. So that's how that works. So you see these ones, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1. Remember when I said you had to hit the creature's armor class? So if I'm fighting with range, it's agility. And let's say the creature, as you'll see, they're called unsavory. You will have to fight them. You'll have to hit that armor class. If it's 5, I need to drop 5 points to be able to even do 1 damage to them. Okay, so just to make sure you understand that, I need to drop 5 points to be able to do 1 damage to a villain, which means I'm spending multiple cards. So the card draw aspect is important. This is where you might want to take a fatigue so you can get another card that you can add to that just so you can hit the creature as it goes. The bottom one on here is movement. So if you ever want to move, that amount of movement is what you get unless you're carrying the baby, right? Then it goes down to 1. You have cards that have abilities or actions at the bottom that says action. Flicker targets an enemy within 2 spaces. That target becomes on fire and increased danger by 1. When you use the action ability on a card, you ignore everything here and you just use the action. It's not with, it's or. I'm either going to use the movement or I'm going to do a skill test to be able to fight, jump, evade, lift, whatever, or I'm going to use the action on the side. And some cards have it, some cards don't, right? So that's what that means. It'll make more sense when we dive in, but hopefully if you have any questions, let me know. If you're like, that doesn't make any sense, I could try to re-explain it, but you'll see it when we get into the game, for sure. I will shuffle these up. Back here. I think we've gone through everything that you see on the board so far. This is the market of things that you can forage and find. So you can find money, you can find fabric, wood, plants, mushrooms, fruit, gemstones. You could find so many things as you go, and you use that for crafting or something that is in the game that you need to use them for. Okay? All right. Okay. You will endure my shuffling. That's what you will do. Like I said, there's a lot to the game, and you're like, I want to see you play it. I know. Give me a second. But that's kind of what the buildup is on the base explanation. You start off by drawing 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've got Ferocity. Now, it doesn't matter what image is on this card. I'm playing solo, so all these cards work for everybody. Whereas if you're playing like 4-player, you have your own deck of cards, and that's all you can use them for. So keep that in mind. When I have this, you see I have a thing for Blaze. I can play it out on chalk if I want. It doesn't matter because I'm playing solo, okay? Alright, so I've got Ferocity, which has the Fox image, which could help Blaze do a badly injured on an enemy if I want to. I have Tweets, which has an action. Forage any space on the map. No skill test needed. Chalk gains that resource token. Sweet. Brilliance, which is a flicker ability, who gives her some movement, gives her some really, really great insight. Focus, which is Chalks, and Illuminate, which is flicker again. You may discard 1 card from the training row, which is over there. Then look at the top 3 cards of the training deck and add 1 of them to that row. So if I see a card I don't want, I could use that ability, discard it, and then pull 3 and put those up there and see what's up. So that's my starting 5. Okay. All right. Gird your loins. There's dice. Yeah, there is a die here. There is a die right here for us to roll. Okay, so let's get into the app, because this is going to drive a lot of stuff. Let's see. Oh. And we'll switch over here. Do this. So this is the app for Familiar Tales. It is a web-based app. You get it from their site. That's how you're going to play the game. Yes, it is app-driven. Don't worry. I know, Brian. the app does not drive combat. It just drives the story because it's a branching story path. It's either A, have it in an app, or B, have it in a book. I don't care either way, but I know there are people who are like, apps are stupid. People who like apps are stupid. I hate apps. I want to set the app factory on fire and then nuke it and then burn it again and then bury it and then burn it again. So it's gonna be okay. It just runs through them. So you see continue game because I had to learn it, so I played it. So how you start off with this, and hopefully I'm scared to play their music, so let me turn their music volume off. I would love to play the music for you, but I'm worried that like if I play the music, they're gonna say, nope, we will ban we will copyright you to death. So I'm gonna shut the music off. And let's see if we can increase the text size. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna start a new game. And we're gonna call this game Canje Run. Like Logan's Run. So then we'll continue. And it asks you some questions if you don't want to get demonetized. I know, right? yeah, it's not gonna bog it down. It's not gonna bog it down. I promise. So it says, welcome to a new game of Familiar Tales. First, let's set up your game. After setup, you'll have the option of going through a digital tutorial to learn the game rules. Have you assembled familiar dials, built deck boxes, and filled deck boxes according to the rulebook? I have. If you say no, it'll tell you how. Would you like the app to help you set up your campaign? So this, I'm going to say yes because I want y'all to experience this, and then after that does it, you'll never see it again. So I'll say sure. It says how many players are playing the game, right? This is where I was like, this app is 10 times better than their rule book. So it says how many players are playing the games? Well, I'm playing it solo. Oh, sweet. You will control all 4 familiars. You will form one deck even though you control all familiars. Collect the starting skill cards, which are what these cards are. So it says collect all of them, banish, which I just told you I did, and then build it all into one deck. Then set all dials to 0, discontent and misfortune. Set all the power dials to 0, power. That's what it is, power. I just say charge, and set life to the highest that's going to be. Remove the Arrow 1 campaign journal card, which I'll show you before we begin, and this is what it's going to get into. It's going to feel like that movie. I know, right? So then we mark the first location, so we're starting chapter 1 on there. And for people who are like, what is this wickedness that you're talking about? It's this. I laminated it because I hate wasting paper. It drives me crazy. And I'll hold it up so you can all see there's different locations. We're going to start here at 101, fleeing the night. And as you go, there's branching paths on different things that you can do all the way to the end game, right? All the way to Domin Holt. And then it says, okay, you're going to put down who's controlling what. I'm controlling everybody, so Kanji's in there. And there's storycraft points, bond points, chapter points that we can add to build things up as we go through that you'll keep track of. Okay, so that's what that is. So it says mark the first arrow for arrow 1 in the journal. Too much Canje in your party, and they all roll dice. All right, so we'll go to next. Would you like the app to help you set up the game? See, it walks you through it. I wish I read the entire rule book, and then I went through the app, and I was like, why didn't I just do this instead of going through the damn rule book? So, sure, why not? Why not? All right, well, set the location in the die where you want it to be. Set the dials, set the discontent, put the baby next to the board. It's walking you through the setup. The artifact pile has the little book symbols at the back, which are right here. So you shuffle them and put them down there. The fatigue, which you've seen, which is this, which I talked about. Set the fatigue stuff down there, create a pile for it. You shuffle up the skill training deck, draw 4. You saw me do that. You set the craft deck, draw 4, shuffle them, draw 4. Set all the supply pile items out to the side, which I have already. All that stuff's ready to go. Each player gets their their starting deck. Unless you're one solo play, then you will kind of pull it by yourself and run that, and it'll be one big deck. But you just put that down, familiarize yourself with it, get their little ability and equip it, which you saw me talk about. If this is your first time playing, familiars may also. If this isn't your first time playing, there may be afflictions, affliction tokens, marks of devotion, and/or resources. I didn't want to talk about that because we haven't gotten there yet, and I'll only talk about it when we get there. So cool, no big deal. Then give the campaign journal to somebody else who's going to be doing that work, some grunt, and go on. So this says choose turn order, right? So you're going to choose your turn order on who's going to go first, who's going to go second. This is where you build it out. The app automatically sets it for you unless you are solo playing, where you can go in and change that turn order. So for me, I'll have Blaze go first. I want Flicker to go second. I'll change it in when we get there. All right, so here we go. We're gonna go 101, get into the story, talk about what's there, and you'll hear it's fully narrated, it's full audio. So we'll do a 101. And here we go.
The night hung heavy over the countryside, as did the dark rain clouds that traversed the sky. The land was hilly and green, and mostly uninhabited, save for a modest cottage that was little more than a single room. Lightning crashed as the sound of frantic pounding came from outside the cottage door. Old Marilius called out,
"Hold on, hold on! Goodness me!"
The old wizard crawled out of bed and found his robe. But where was his hat? No matter. He looked at the 4 familiars who served as servants, pupils, and in many ways, adopted children.
Flicker, will you get us some light? Blaze and Gribbet, be on guard for trouble. Chalk...
The old man looked at the stone golem, which stared vacantly at a wall. Tweets, the bird that acted as Chalk's voice, was nowhere to be seen.
You just keep looking pretty.
Flicker flit from candle to candle, setting each alight. Slowly, the cottage door became bathed in an orange glow. Piles of books and all manner of knickknacks and curios lay in heaps on shelves, tables, and the floor. Again, there was a frantic pounding at the door, and now they could hear the sound of a wailing infant.
Goodness me! A baby?
The wizard shook his head.
At this hour? In this weather?
And he threw open the door. And there was a woman, hidden in a soaked cloak and robes, and in her arms was a swaddling babe. Marilius gasped.
You? Good gracious! Get inside at once!
But the woman shook her head.
There is no time. Even now, Lord Parrish's agents close in on my heels. Marilius, I feel all may be lost. Please, my daughter, you must take her.
And she thrust the infant at the old man. Gribbert chuckled and shook his head at this, for he knew children made Marilius uncomfortable, and he would never accept.
Yes, of course.
And much to the shock of the familiars, he scooped the babe from the woman's arms. In the distance, dogs barked.
They have found me.
She took several steps from the door, then turned back. Lightning crashed, and for the first time the familiars could see her anguished face.
Please, Master Wizard, hide her well, for all of Principalia may very well depend on her.
Perish shall never have her.
And Marilius held up a fist to show it was a solemn oath. And then the woman was gone, lost to the night. And the wizard slammed the door shut.
Quickly now, all of you.
The familiars had never seen Marilius looking so anxious before.
If her pursuers were this close, then they will know where she was headed. We have minutes before they arrive. No, don't worry. I shall hold them off easily enough. But the babe cannot remain here. Head for the Witchwood. Hide yourselves and wait for me to find you. What questions do you have before you go?
Yeah, so audio narrations, I love it. Foreteller sold me on it, so it's good. Our danger level right now is at 0, so we don't have any danger happening right now, so we'll hit next. he has questions that he wants that we can ask him. I'm gonna let you know. I'll just spoil it. 3. We can only ask him 3 of all these things that are here instead of walking through this. So 3 of them are on there. We get to pick 3. So I can say, who was that woman? I can say, who is Lord Parrish? But we should know. What should we know about the Witchwood? How will you find us? Who is this child? We can go through those things. So I'll go with, who was that woman? Because I didn't pick that last time. And here we go.
That was Her Royal Majesty, the Queen of Principalia.
He's just so full of information. We'll go with, what should we know about the Witchwood? Because that's where we're headed.
It is a foul wood that mirrors the quality of its occupant's heart. Do not go far. And should you find a house among those twisted trees, by all that is holy, shun it and go no closer.
Shun it and go no closer. Finally, who is this child? Who is Lord Parrish? So I'll say, who? Well, if she is the queen, this is the princess. Obviously, context clues. So we'll go, who is Lord Parrish?
Gribbet knows, don't you, lad? Lord Parrish is the royal advisor. The scoundrel had me fired from my position as royal magician. No doubt to hide his own evil doings.
Cool. So, time's up. Let's continue on with the story.
In the distance came the sound of baying dogs.
There is no more time for questions.
Maurelius barred the door, then opened the back window and beckoned them over.
Hurry, hurry, my friends. Flee to the Witchwood and wait for me there.
And so they abandoned the hut they had known for years, as on the horizon the sun began to set. The rain had stopped, the thunder was retreating, and everything seemed covered in endless drear. Gribbert moaned.
The Witchwood seems very far away. We had better hurry.
There was a distant chirping, and Tweets, Chalk's other half, flapped down and landed on one of the golem's broad shoulders.
So now we have our chapter 1 objective. What we got to do to get through it. We have to flee across the silvering stream. We have to find refuge for the night in the old mill and barricade the old mill from enemies and build a fire to warm and soothe the baby. And notice these underlines that are on here. This gives you things about kind of like little notes that help you remind what's happening. This is why I said I think the app is better than the rule book. Way better. So it says turn to page 3 on the location book and follow that setup. Cool, cool, cool. Page 3 is just the first page. So we flip here and we've got a map. We've got the starting setup. We've got encounters and we've got stuff that triggers when we land on specific locations. So on here, it says, place the baby and familiars on the flag space, which is this one. Sorry I didn't paint you yet, Chalk, but the others have been painted. Yes, I did them myself. And I'll grab the baby, and I'll put the baby on there too. So that's starting it. Generate an encounter of 2 unsavory. So the unsavory are these guys here, and we have to generate the encounter of 2 unsavory. What does that mean? That means that we look on this book here, right? And we go from top down. We can't say we're going to take a square and a octagon or pentagon. Octagon? Pentagon? Octagon. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, an octagon. We can't pick the square and the octagon. We have to go from top down. So our generate is a circle and a square. What you're going to do is you're going to find the circle base and the square base characters, and you're going to put them on this location that has like the creepy crawly hand on it. So you're going to generate them there. You're going to take the red health cubes that are here, and you're going to put them on their health, which is max. You have to reduce them to 0 to win. Okay? So it says continue to the next familiar's turn. So that's the 2 unsavory that are there. That's where we are. And this thing also says that I think the app tells me what it says on it. So let's go back to the continue. And the app says, would you like the app to teach you how to play? So we're going to go through this. It's only short for this specific thing, then it vanishes, trust me. I just want you all to get a sense of what's happening. I can explain it. Great knowledge of how you sit from the top. Yeah, yeah. I can run through and explain the full breakdown. I can do it. The app has the specific context of saying like giving you the symbol reminders, and that's where the key is for really helping you understand these skill cards, right? That's why I'm going to put it on, because it's not because I need it. It's because once you start seeing these specific symbols and how they're being used, and the app giving you that information, you'll then say, okay, when I play, I don't need the tutorial, I'm solid. So I just want to show you all of that to just see how it goes. So, sure. And then you get this pop-up of the tutorial that kind of says, turn to page 3 in the book, sure, sure, sure. Place the baby where I already said. Place the 2 unsavory where they need to go in their entry spaces. Set their health, which I just did, and then click done. All right, so it says the page goal is at the top of the app screen, which is the page goal that's up here. For this page, all familiars and the baby must reach the exit A space. Now this is the one to pay attention to. If any enemies are in play when you leave, there will be a penalty. Very important to keep in mind. If there are enemies in play, you will gain a misfortune. So my thing is, if you're like, okay, I want to run away, I want to get away, I don't want to fight these things anymore, you can run to A, deal with it, you'll just get a misfortune if there are enemies still in play, and misfortunes can work against you. Alright, you can't lose on most pages in Familiar Tales, but the worse you do, the more misfortune you gain. Gaining a lot of misfortune will affect the story in negative ways, including the fate of the child. Mitigate your misfortune when you can. Very important. The app always lists whose turn it is at the top of the screen, because currently it's Blaze, as you can see in the image, as you can barely see in the image up there, it's Blaze, but I'll tell you. When it's your turn, you can take any number of actions. It's not take 4, take 2, take 3. As long as I have cards to play and I want to play them, I can take a turn. So any number of actions that go through. And for Blaze's very first action, it's trying to guide you through using stuff. I'm going to follow along, like I said, only for the tutorial purposes, to see how it goes. So for Blaze, it said, let's move to the 102 and see what happens when we get there. So it says to move, first play any card from your hand, placing it face up in front of you. So it's explaining, once again, really great rulebook. What I'm explaining is, one. Brilliance might be necessary because I need 3. I could use a focus too. All right, so let's talk about movement, because this thing's not going to explain it that great, and I have to go through the book and this app to figure it out. On this game board, you will see dotted lines that are here and here. You will see double solid lines that are here and here. And you will see double dotted lines that are here as well. So what does that mean? Dotted lines are separate. All these are separation. Dotted lines, you can move through them by doing basic movement. Basic movement gets you there. Double solid lines need 2 movement to cross 1 double solid line. So if I wanted Blaze, if Blaze was here and I wanted Blaze to get over here, right? I would have to spend 2 movement to move here, or 1 movement to move here, and 1 movement to move here, right? These double solid lines, you cannot pass. They're impassable terrain. This also works with line of sight. So Flicker, who, as long as Flicker has line of sight on you, Flicker can shoot you forever, but Gribbert has to be 1 space away. So where Flicker is now, if I say I want to shoot these guys, I can't, because I cannot draw a straight line to these characters without passing through this, right? Without passing through, so it's impassable. I can't see, I can't shoot. So line of sight matters. So if Flicker was here, oh yeah, she can nuke them all day, but she can't shoot them from here. Okay, so just so that makes sense. So when it's talking about making a move action, I said I was going to use, I want Brilliance. I'm going to use this one. I'll use Illuminate. And Illuminate has Notice at the bottom with the feet movement that it's a 2. So it's 2 movement, but I'm only going to use 1. So I'm going to use this. That's going to go in the discard. And I'm going to move Blaze here. So that's what the app was telling me to do. Just a little breakdown. I had to look that full thing up because the app and the book really doesn't break it down that well, in my opinion. So when I moved, did I play a card with a square or a exclamation point? It had the little square. So if it's a square, it'll say a square, nothing happens, you don't care, move on. Then it says now that you're in this space, you can explore the space. So exploring it means putting that number 102. Sorry, putting that number 102 that's here into the app so that it can read the story. So let's do that. 102.
I hear something.
Blaze stood alert, her ears held high.
Humans on the road, armed and armored.
Gribbert nodded and looked around.
Take cover, everyone. Let us see what we have.
2 thugs came into view, sprinting down the road. One of the thugs spat.
Tell you, I saw something. Right here. Look around.
The other thug shook his head.
What are we looking for, anyway? Didn't Lord Parrish bewitch the old man?
Sure he did, but we're looking for the baby still. Pay attention, you idiot. Paris says the baby was spirited away by magic critters the old wizard controls. We gotta find them.
So with that, it says that Blaze will get 1 power. So you just tick 1 power up. Ooh, whoops. So I grab her meter and tick up 1 power here. Boom, right there. Easy peasy, no problem. All right, then place a symbol, one of these, that says that it's locked off. I can't do 102 again. So we lock it off, that's on there, on that symbol, and then we can continue our turn. So I gained a power. I could use powers to upgrade later or do other things. That's what it's saying. There's nothing really too grand about it. And then that says that it's explored. We can't continue on with it. Now it says, okay, what actions does Blaze want to do? We can explore 103 space, but we're not there. So let's pull that away. So 103 is over here. If we want to get over there, we have to get there to do it. We can attack an unsavory if we can get Blaze's melee, so I have to get in their space to do it. We can forage for food if we get to this area, or forage for wood if we get to that area. So let's get into the skill testing of things. I'm actually going to use this to forage for free without doing a skill test. So I'm going to cheat a smidge, but let me get over there. So I'm going to use focus to move over to forage. And remember, Blaze ability says each time Blaze gains a resource as a result of a forage action, she can choose to gain food or fabric instead. Very important, especially if you're dealing with wanting to level up. If I come here and get this 1 wood, I can go for this wormwood club, which is a melee item that could probably help, but I need 2 wood to craft with it. Or I could get fabric, and I'll let you know now because I played it. You can use fabric to make the baby feel discontent from the baby being a butt. So like at 3, I could clean the baby, spend 1 fabric to reduce discontent. At 2, I can feed the baby, spend 1 food to reduce discontent. And at 1, I can soothe the baby, make a skill test, difficulty 6. Once again, that's with these numbers. And it's an insight skill test to pass to reduce discontent. So we have to be mindful of these things. I think I want to go foraging for sure. So I'm going to spend this, which has the reroll on it, right? So I'm going to spend that with the 2 move to move here to just move that 1 space that's there. Okay, so it says that I do my move. I'm going to forage for wood at this point. Like I said, as many actions as I got cards for, and I got 3 left. So play resource cards to do the forage, to make a move, and then get over there. Okay, what symbol did it have? That one did have the exclamation point with it. It allows you to re-roll the chance die, but the chance die isn't rolled during movement, so nobody cares. Okay, so then we're foraging for food. here goes the skill test. This is the part I care for you to see. Skill tests are an important part of familiar tales, where your familiars try to complete tasks by using might, insight, agility, or resilience symbols on their card, which are on that left side that I showed you before that are here, right? So we have to deal with that. Okay, forage uses insight, so we need to deal with that. Cool. It says if we look at the top of the book, and I'll close this so you can see, at the top of the book up here, it tells you how much your forage skill needs to be. And on Field of Dreams, the first one, it says 3. So that means that we need to forage successfully. We need to get 3 insight. Well, I've got brilliance right here. That's a 3. So I'm going to commit this, and it's a wand, but that really won't help me in this case. But I'm going to commit that to this check of 3. I could just forage for free, but I want to do that next. So I'm going to just commit that straight up, that 3 straight up to do it, okay? So it's saying you need a 3. Commit as many cards as you want, and then you're going to roll the die to see what happens. That's what that's saying. Other players can help you while you're doing it. So play 1 or more cards to your skill test. I played my one that has the 3 on it. And then, does it have an exclamation point symbol? Well, let's take a look. The 3 that I have, remember it has 3 insight. It doesn't have an exclamation point symbol, but it has the wand, but it's Blaze's turn, not Flicker's. So, okay. It doesn't have that symbol, so we say it doesn't have it. So then it says some skill cards have the square, which means that you can use abilities, but since it's a skill test, it won't trigger those items. Next, ask any players around, do y'all want to help me with this forage, right? And other players who have a link symbol on the top of their card can help. Since they won't be drawing back more cards, they have to be mindful because that means their hand is lower when it's their turn. They have less actions. Last, we're going to roll the die. So then we grab this die that's right here. We give it a lovely, lovely shake, and we're going to roll it to see what I'm going to add, subtract, or whatever from it. So this reroll only happens when attacking. So this is just a straight roll. Hey, look at that. I got a +1. So I got a +1 on there. That means it's 3 + 1, 4. I beat that amount. So I did get it. Sadly, I do have to go. I'll watch the later. Thanks again for playing. This looks so... Yeah, all right, Baron. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Thanks. I'm glad you were able to make it. So we'll do that, and it says roll it, see what the effect is, re-roll if you have any re-rolls to do. If you roll a positive number, add it. If you roll or remove it from your total. If you got a skull, increase danger. Not a problem. So if you roll the power symbol and you were successful, you gain 1 power. Cool. Is your total of 3 or higher? Sure enough is. You pass the test. Take a forage resource from the supply. So, Blaze's ability. Each time Blaze gains a resource as a result of a forage action, I can choose to gain food or fabric instead. I'm actually going to gain food. That's 1 food. Actually, I probably might get... Yeah, none of those are upgraded for it. I should take the wood for the upgrade, but I know what I want to do, so I'm going to get the food instead. So I've used this card, I've successfully foraged, and I move on. So I'll go away from the app, but we're just going to do it. I want to go through combat with you, and then after we do combat defend, that's going to be minimized the way we're going to play the game regular. I just want you to see it so you understand. And then from there, foraging is done. There is no more foraging to be done here. Foraging is done. Okay, so we continue on. Resources like this can be used later to craft if you want, or care for the child or do special tasks. Okay, cool. So we forage, see, it says now we can use an action to craft an item because we can if we're able to. However, I'm going to go and do something else. So first off, I'm going to use ferocity. I'm going to use the ferocity ability to move 3. Right? So I'm going to spend that, but I'm only moving 1, which is here. Then I'm going to use this action here to say forage any space on the map. No skill test needed. Chalk Chalk gains that resource token. So I'm going to use that ability immediately. Actually, I'm not even going to move because it says any space on the map. Forge any space on the map. So I'm going to just use this ability right away, that action, and I immediately get something because it says forge any space on the map, no skill test needed. Chalk gains that resource token. It's going to be that. Actually, it's going to be that mushroom. So Chalk's going to get that mushroom. And then we do this. And I have 1 card left. I can move, I could fight because I have 3, but why? Why even try? So I'm going to end my turn. That is the end of Blaze's turn. This is something important that I want you to see in the app as well. So when I end Blaze's turn, I draw back up the 5. 3, 4. So I get 5 cards total. I keep the one that's in my hand, and I get the rest, right? And then I hit end turn for Blaze at the top. Look at what just happened. The app changes the next familiar turns and raises the danger level by 1. So as you waste time doing stuff on the map, right? As you waste time doing stuff on the map, danger level is going up per turn. That's the one thing I wanted you to see, is that per turn, danger goes up. As danger goes up, the baby's discontent goes, bad things start happening on the map, you're running out of time, you have to keep it. So there's a balance you have to play between getting the things you want and meeting your objective. Okay, so just keep that in mind. All right, so it is Chalk's turn. So Chalk's turn. On Chalk's turn, what are we going to do? Well, there's a lot of things we can do, especially because I got that ferocity card. Chalk has the carry ability. When playing a card to move, you may choose one small figure or object in the same space. After moving, place the chosen figure or token in the same space as Chalk. So Chalk is going to be the baby carrier. And, do I have a mountain card? I do not. If I had a mountain card, I'd go fight one of those guys. But I don't. So Chalk is going to... He could do 1, 2, 3. Or he could do 1, 2... Well, 3 would be the best way to go. But he's my fighter. And I need a mountain card to fight with him anyway. I don't have the mountain symbol at the top. If I did, which I had on tweets when I did the forage, I could have hit one of them for 2 instead of 1 damage. So I'm gonna have Chalk, because the other 2 are ranged, which doesn't bother me. I'm gonna have Chalk have that big move. So Chalk is gonna move for 3 with ferocity. So he's gonna move with the baby. 1, 2, 3. Baby goes with. And then Chalk is going to Nature's Wisdom. He is going to forage. That's 2. And the forage is 3, right? So we're going through what's going to happen. I don't have to go through the app anymore because you've seen me do it. So he's going to do... I'm going to keep that rest for healing. We'll do Reckless. So he's going to do this, which he's going to make that a 3. So it's 2 and 1, 3 for the forage. I'm going to roll my die. I got a +1 again. All right. So I'm getting food, putting it on him. Locking this off as being done foraging. Put these in discard. And place Gerbert on a space that is within 3 spaces and line of sight of his current space. And line of sight. His only line of sight is here. So I would have to put him here, and then I can move him to this space or that space with this card, which I'm going to hang on to. I think I might be done with Chalk. Chalk's turn might be finished. So this is where the strategy comes in, right? Because these top cards that are up here, I want to be able to do something with them. I want to be able to heal when the enemy starts coming. I need to be able to defend or attack. Well, I know that Flicker and Gribbert need agility to attack from range. So I don't want to spend leap because it's a 2 agility that can help me, or and Gribbert can move whenever he wants. And then if I get hit, I can do this action here to be able to at least heal 1 damage before I start doing what comes next. So we'll see. But I'm going to end. I'm done with Chalk's turn. So we'll go back. And we'll go end turn for Chalk. Danger goes up to 2. It is Flicker's turn. So on Flicker's turn, I'll go back to that app for the combat so you can see that work. But you see how this is working. So I draw my up to 5. I've got the wand, which is fantastic. I've got graceful, which is a fight, and a link. When I play the link card, I immediately get to draw a card, which is fantastic as well. So, but it also has really great defense. I don't want to play those. I don't want to play that either. So I'm probably going to be playing the rest one for her, which is a 2 move. So I'm going to play rest to move her. 1, 2, which is perfectly fine for me. So that's her 2 move. Then she is going to attack the unsavory. There's one with 5 health and there's one with 4 health. This is going to be a tough fight, but we're going to see if we can make it work. And let's talk about fighting. These are the reasons why I have the app up that I'm showing you, and once we start doing movement, you get it. You don't really need to see it all the time. But let's talk about this different key phase of fighting. So we're going to attack an unsavory. Okay, unsavory attacks with ranged use agility. Cool, we've talked about that. To attack with a ranged weapon, you need to be in the space or in line of sight of an unsavory. And like I said, you get that thing for line of sight. But they kind of talk about it where it's double solid lines, no line of sight, anything else, line of sight. So then it says, first play cards to perform a move action. Okay, I'm already within range of the enemy. Then for a ranged attack, you need to use your agility skill. So we're going to talk about what that looks like. And we have to beat the enemy's armor class, or AC, which is this shield, this defense, right? So we have to, his defense is 5. That means if I want to do 1 damage to this guy, I gotta beat 5. I gotta beat 5 on this armor class or defense to be able to fight it. Play 1 or more skill cards from your hand to deal with what's going on. Okay, so I know I want to use a wand because that's going to give me a reroll, right? So that is 2 agility for that ability card. I have leap, which I was going to use for Gribbert, but who cares? So that's 4. And then I have assist, which is 1, which gives me 5. Now notice those symbols that are on the top, because it's going to be really important in the app with what I just did. So then we come over here and we say, okay, we're going to do that. All right, exclamation points. What do we have? I've got a link. Look what the link says. If you're playing solo, the link symbol allows you to immediately draw another card. For games with multiplayers, that symbol isn't relevant right now. So I got hunt for that, which is action. If there are no enemies in play, Blaze gains food +1. So cool. We all any other exclamation symbols? Nope. I'm done resolving those symbols. Then it says, do you have a card? Because it's Flicker, do you have a card with a wand symbol? Yes, I definitely do right here. So, yep. So great, your Tindermere special effect triggers. Later, after you roll the chance dice for the skill test, you're able to re-roll it once for each wand symbol that you have. And then next, ask players if they want to help you, but I'm playing solo, so that doesn't matter. And then since you're drawn, yeah. And then we roll the chance die. So I have a re-roll on the chance die if I so choose to use it. So right now I'm at 2, 4, 5 agility. And I got a danger symbol, which means danger would increase. But I have my re-roll. So I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to re-roll this die. And I got a danger symbol, because that's how my life goes. So when you get the danger symbol, you increase danger by 1. And then keep on moving. Is your total 5 or higher? Yes. Just because I increase danger does not mean my value dropped. That's only the negative modifiers that pop up. So I have 2, 4, 5. So yes, it is 5 or higher. Yes. So you pass the test and deal damage value. It does say for each wand symbol. Is that the same? Yes. It does say, it doesn't say, yes, that is the same. It's saying for the reroll that you have, but what it means is that for every wand symbol you have, you stack rerolls. So it's not one reroll and you're done. But that's a really good question, Pontus. It does mean that you can stack a bunch of rerolls. There's not a lot of wand cards in here, so you can't break the game by doing that. I think the most I've rerolled is twice in a play. So I've only rerolled twice in one play, but you can get that much. It's just not going to be as much as you think to where it would break the game. So now it says I get to do 1 damage to the enemy that I attacked. And usually you have to declare who you're going to attack. But I'll hit that guy. So he's down to 3 health, which I hit him. Boom. Discard these into the discard pot. Okay. And continue. Did you reduce the unsavory life to 0? No, I did not. So then we continue on with my turn. I have 2 cards left. I've got Hunt, which if there's no enemies in play, there are still 2, so gaining food's not going to benefit me any. And then there's Graceful, gives me 2 agility, but I have only 3 agility to the 5 that I have to get. The only way that I could play this by chance to hopefully hit is if I roll a +2 to be able to get that 5 to do another damage to this creature. It's a high risk, especially with my bad rolls. So I don't want to waste this when a defense sits out here, because when they attack, it's going to hurt really bad. It could probably kill me. So I need to be careful. So I'm going to end Flicker's turn right there. Now, for others who are playing, you may do the risk reward thing where he's like, yeah, my dice rolling's not like Canje's, so I can risk it. I'm going to put it down, rolled, boom, 2. I hit him again. Fantastic. But that's not how it works for me. You know this. So we're going to end Flicker's turn. Is Discontent at 4 or 5? No. So Discontent goes up by 1. Are there still enemies in play? Yes. Gribbert didn't get to go. The app skipped Gribbert. Why? The app skipped Gribbert. It shouldn't have skipped him. So we're going to fix that and have Gribbert have Gribbert's turn. Because the app shouldn't have skipped him. Broken app. Fun times. So we're going to take Gribbert's turn before we get into the enemy phase. This one has to fight, which would be great for Blaze next round. We're going to use Reckless to move 2. 1, 2, which will get us there. And then Gribbert is going to use Graceful for 1. Reckless for 2. I have to use all of them. Oh, look at that 4. I am not wasting that. I don't know if Gribbert can attack right now. I tell you what, no, I don't want to lose the shield. The shield's what's coming next. That'll be it. That'll be the end of Gribbert's turn. I dropped a 5, and now let's do the enemy phase. What are the odds of a +2? A +2, there is 1, 2, there's 2 +2s. There's 2 +2s, 1 -2. 1, 2, 3 +1s, 2 -1s, and 3 1 power and 3 danger. So I guess 2 +2s on a D, what is this, a D12? You know, do the math. Alrighty, so let's talk about enemy combat so I can stop popping back to the app unless we need it for story, because this is the final part of this. So enemy combat, because the enemies are in play, you have to resolve an enemy turn. So on an enemy turn, they are going to, as what they have in the book, as you can see here, they're going to move for 2, attack for 5. And what we have, that means they're doing 5 damage to you. What you can do to mitigate that is you can defend. On your defense, on your defense, you play defense cards or resilience effects just like it's a skill test. And whatever number you roll, you subtract that from that 5, and that's how much damage you take. So you can mitigate all if you do a 5, or you can play the mitigation because remember, you only got 5 cards in your hand and it's the enemy turn. No, you do not redraw. You redraw at the end of the enemy turn. I had to look this up and go on Board Game Geek for the designer to state that specifically, is that after the enemy's turn, you redraw up to 5. Otherwise, if I play my whole hand, one of my characters has nothing to do for the next turn. So how I interpreted what he wrote, and if you want to see for yourself, trust me, trust but verify. Go to BGG and look up that rule. Someone asked it in the chat saying, after I defend from an enemy attack, do I redraw 5 cards? And he said that is correct. So because they were like, the person doesn't have, I won't, if I spend all 5 of my cards, I have nothing else to do for the rest of the turn. And he's like, that's right, with a lot of enemies, you have to determine how you want to spend your 5 cards to be able to block all that damage or take full damage. From there, you then redraw 5 at the end of the enemy turn. So, I had, like, when I played the first time, I was like, okay, I defended against the enemy, I took 2 damage, I can't do anything. So I have to pass an entire player's turn to be able to do something. Okay. So, it's the enemy's turn. Let's talk about combat from the enemy. They have their own AI that they're going to do. The only thing you have to do is defend and roll dice. The enemy's going to move 2 spaces towards you, and it has it outlined. Let's see. Okay, so I hate that it blotted these out. Okay, so basically it's going to move 2 spaces towards the closest individual or the baby. If no one is in a space with the baby, they steal the baby and they try to get back. And if they get back with the baby, it's not good. So always keep someone with the baby. So Chalk is always going to remain with the baby no matter what. However, Circle's going to go first, and Circle gets to move 2 spaces towards the nearest familiar and or baby. So he's going to move here. So we look at our character's health. Flicker has 6. Ribbit has 6, Blaze has 7, Chalk has 8 health. How we deal with this is we get to, when everyone's in the same space, when there's multiple familiars in the same space, you get to determine which familiar takes the damage. It's going to be Blaze from my end. Okay, I'm going to be choosing Blaze because Blaze has 1 more health than Flicker and Gribbert and should be able to help a little bit. How you do that is the same, it's a skill test. It's a straight up skill test. So... And I'm gonna show you this really cool thing too that I'm about to do to this character. Okay. Yeah, that will work perfectly. That'll work perfect. So here, with the defense on my action, I'll be able to do that. I don't want to use that card because this card lets Flicker set somebody on fire. And when I set them on fire, they take 1 damage each round. So I don't want to lose that. However, 5 damage is coming in. I have a graceful card that gives me 2 resilience, so that's 2, so I would knock it down to 3. And let's play a reckless card where I knock it down to, so that's 3, right? That's 3, but I'm going to be blocking a 5, which means I'd take 2 damage, all depending on that die roll. I also drew a card that has the symbol where I can take a fatigue to I can take a fatigue and to be able to draw a card. I am going to do that at this time because I need to defend. So I'm going to grab a fatigue, put this in my discard pile, and then draw a card. Oh, thank goodness for this card. Oh, okay. So I'm blocking 3 from 5, and I have to roll the die to see what's going to happen. Oh, I rolled a danger symbol. That sucks. Yes. Yeah, it's explaining it, so I'm trying to get to where I can increase the danger. Okay. So danger is 1. So I increase danger by 1. I block 3, but he's hitting for 5, so I'm going to take 2 damage. So I'm going to go to 5 health on Blaze. Then the next creature, then it says move again. Move each unsavory that does not already share a space with a familiar or the baby 1 point towards the nearest familiar or baby. Range can be in the same space. Yes, Blanky Cat, that is correct. Range can be... Range just means you don't get disadvantage on range. Range can be, and this the designer already stated this in the BGG forums. You don't have to, if you're in the same space, there's no disadvantage. Range can be the same space for Flicker. It can be line of sight. It doesn't matter. For Gribbert, you have to be 1 space away. So yes, range can be in the same space. All right, so then it says they do their melee attack. They move if they're not already in space, and if 1 or more unsavory share a space with the baby and no familiars, move 1 space towards the baby to steal it. If 1 or more unsavory share a space with the baby, steal the baby and run away. But that's not what's going to happen. So that ends his turn. This guy is going to move here, and he's going to attack as well. He is going to attack... Ooh, I got to use the mountain root to block. And I'll use Predator, and I'll use this for 4. So he is going to attack Blaze again, because Blaze can take it. So this time I played these cards with my resilience of 2, 3, and 4. So that's 4. Yuck. Let's roll. I got a +1, which is 5. I've negated all damage. So +1, 5, all damage negated. He would move again, but he's sharing a space, so his all their stuff doesn't activate. I have 1 card. I will draw up to 5. 1. Because that is the end of their turn. So I'll go back to the app and end their turn. So they are done, skis. Okay, then it starts over. Now it says Gribbert's turn. App is screwed. All right, now that we've done this, let's go about doing what I do. Okay, so now it is our turn. It was Gribbert's turn, but we've already done Gribbert. I'll save him for the end. We're going back to Blaze. Before, what Blaze is going to do is Blaze is going to play this card first, which is Spark. And when you are playing a card that says Flicker, so I'm playing as Blaze, but this is a Flicker ability card. When you play this action, Flicker does it, which is really lovely. You don't have to be the person's turn order for this action to kick. So let me repeat that again. Right now, the Spark card says, and let me hold it up for you all to see, and I had to double check the rules on this to make sure that it was right, because I was like, that is super OP if that is true, and it is true. So this card said, Flicker targets an enemy within 2 spaces. That target becomes on fire, and danger is increased by 1. Very important. So Flicker will... So what Flicker's going to do is I'm going to use this action card as part of Blaze's turn, and Flicker activate. And what Flicker does is Flicker burns, and I'll grab a burn symbol, and I'm going to burn the circle creature. So Flicker burns them, and I raise the danger level by 1, which I'll do so in the app right now. So Flicker targets an enemy within 2 spaces. That target becomes on fire. When a target is on fire, it says, when a familiar becomes on fire, but it also goes for an enemy as well, at the start of an on-fire figure's turn, reduce its life by 1, then roll the chance die. If a positive number is rolled, remove the affliction. If a danger result is rolled, raise the danger. If an on-fire figure enters a space with water, remove it from the game. Remove the affliction. As an action, an on-fire familiar may make a resiliency check difficulty 4 to remove it. So we could get on fire, they could get on fire. I just lit that dude up. I didn't have to roll for it, I just lit him on fire with my action. So then Blaze is going to do some stuff. I have a heart, so I'll be able to heal. So Blaze is going to do some attacks. One. Change with that. I'm gonna get a card draw from that. 2, 3. Because I played this symbol, I get to draw a card. Oh, that is what I wanted. Yes. So I'm gonna pop that bad boy on there, and because of the symbol, I get another card. Focus. Sweet. So first of all, we deal with the heart. When you, yeah, he confirmed it yesterday on BGG. That is correct. So when you draw a heart, I automatically heal 1. I can take a fatigue to draw another card. That's raising the danger level a lot, and I'm really scared, but you know what? I want to push past this and not drag it out. I'm an insane person, so I'm doing it. I'll grab a fatigue, draw another card. Oh, look at that. I'm gonna hang on to that because I'm gonna fight you next. So I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember, their armor class is 5. So we're gonna roll this die. And I got a +2, so that's 2, 4. And let me make sure y'all can see that. Gotta pop this out. Yep, so you can see it. So +2, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is more than enough to hit. I didn't get a Foxfire symbol to do to badly injure it. I want to badly injure it so bad, but I didn't get the Fox symbol. So I will do 1 damage to you. Then we will put that in discard. What am I going to do next? And you're on fire, so I did that. So 1, I'm doing it. 1, I'm attacking again. 2, 3, because remember, we're doing strength on this. And with that, I get to draw a card, which is 4. I get to re-roll a die once, which is great. So I have 4 on his. So I'm going to roll this die, and I used all my cards. +1. That's the 5 that I need. So 1, 2, 3, 4, +1, 5. I hit him again for 1 more damage. And I discard. And that ends Blaze's turn. So we will go over to the app that is all screwy. And edit turn order. How do I edit turn order? It says choose your turn order. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we see that. I don't know. This app thing's screwed. So there's his turn. I'm going to lower the danger level because we did this differently. All right, so it's Chalk's turn. So on Chalk's turn, I'm supposed to draw 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And when we run out of cards, we shuffle this. And the fatigues are in there somewhere, raising the danger level. Alright, so I could feed the baby, and that is what Chalk's gonna do. For an action to lower discontent. We're gonna keep that discontent nice and low. We're gonna shuffle these up. Draw 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's the fox symbol that I could have used last time to badly injure someone. But whatever. Nobody cares. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to spend this food, which it says feed the baby. Spend 1 food to lower discontent by 1. So feeding the baby, putting it back in the pot. And I had 1 on Chalk for doing that. Next, let's get over there and start punch stuff. I don't need to heal, so I could spend that. Then I'm going to start pummeling your face off. So I'm going to move with the baby here. Baby stays with me. I would heal if I needed to, but I don't. So discard that. And then I'm going to start punching stuff. So I wish I had a mountain, but I just need 1 more to hit that square to do what I need to do. So this is a 3 hit. And that's a 5 for 2 for Stone Force. So, yay. If I had a mountain symbol, oh, it would be so lovely. It really would. I don't have an item power to do anything special with. If I had the mountain, I'd be able to do 2 damage, but I just need to be able to do 1. So I have 5. Let's roll and see what we got. Hey, that is a power symbol. So 5, I do hit square. I kill him. He is removed from the game. Because I got that successful, I got 1 power symbol. And we'll do... Why is it doing defending? Oh, it's defending. I gotta skip over that. No. It's trying to do a bunch of stuff, but I'm trying to... Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to get past this because I jumped past it. Continue. No. Oops. Go back. No. Yes. Am I still doing this? Why? This is where I got ahead of the app, so it's being a jerk to me. Okay, can you stop? Oh, I had to hit I'm done. It's stuck in a loop. That is funny. Yep. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so I beat them. Once they're defeated, I take him down, and he's gone off the board. He's out. So that goes. And I got my power symbol. I think defeating an enemy gets me a power symbol. That's what I was looking for. That's what happens when you get ahead of the game. Let's see. Enemy's turn. Move, melee, attack, defeat. When an enemy is defeated, do the following: remove its life marker from its life track, remove its figure from the page. A familiar that defeated it gains any loot that the enemy has. That's it. And their loot right here says that it's a power, so he actually gets 2. 1 for the die and 1 for beating it. So there we go. Alright, so there's 1 left, and he's at full health. I am so trying this. So I'm going to do a 3 to see if I can hit him. I'm just curious. So let's see if I can get a 2. I got a surge, so nope, I missed. No damage. Okay, that ends Chalk's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is Flicker's turn. So there we go with that. We've got some nice stuff here. I can set him on fire again, though. You can only... Fire doesn't stack. I really wish I could, but no. But I got a 1 for a die reroll, and I need to hit you with 5, and I got 2 1s, and a reroll, and a health, and a fatigue if I need. So I'm just going to go fight for agility. So it's 2, 3, 4 for the reroll, and 5 if I want. So basically now... Oops, sorry. So now I have 1, 2, the reroll, and I could get a fatigue. And if I want, so I have 1 reroll. Because it's Flicker's turn, I get another reroll, and then I get another reroll. Okay? So I get 3 rerolls on this one. So let's see how we do. -1, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't like it. Sorry, I need a 5. 2 reroll, -2. My final reroll. -1. Oh, that's a miss. So I missed. Flicker missed. Is the discontent at 4 or higher? Is discontent at 4 or higher? No. Increase discontent by 1. Are there enemies yet still in play? Yes, it's the enemy's turn now. So I see what I did wrong. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Instead of all my characters, the app is randomizing enemy attack. I screwed up. I'm going to pull that back. I screwed up. And I'm allowed to make that mistake because I'm human. Basically what happens is the app will tell you who's attacking and whose turn it is and shift everything around. So it's doing initiative. I don't like it, but it is what it is. So it's the enemy's turn. At the start of his turn, he's going to take 1 damage. And I'll just say Flicker went. Flicker wasn't supposed to go. It was supposed to be Chalk than the enemy. I'll fix it from now on. I am so sorry. So he got a +1. He got positive. Fire comes off, but at least he took 1 damage. Then he's going to attack the person closest. Gribbert, you're going to have to take this one. So we're going to defend. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 4. So this is the fatigue. I don't want to raise danger. So we're defending with 4. I linked, which means I get to draw a card. I get to heal 1, but that's already a non-product starter. And then we got the leaf, which I don't have a leaf symbol for. So it's 4 minus 2. So that's 2. So 4 minus 2 is 2. With 5, it's 3. So I go down to 3 health. Ouch. And that ends his turn. He is in a space with an unsavory. He's in if 1 or more unsavory share a space with the baby and no familiars, it runs. But nope, it doesn't do any of that. Move each unsavory that does not already share a space with a familiar or the baby 1 point towards the nearest baby. So nope. Okay, next up is Flicker, which we did her turn, so I'll end her turn. Now it's Gribbert's turn. Say, I was playing it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person. 2. I thought I was so right, and everybody was probably like, you're wrong. So now it is Gribbert's turn. Well, Gribbert's going to shoot this fool, but before Gribbert does that, Gribbert's going to aim with agility, be graceful with his for 4, and make it a full 5. So that's a 5. I'll range the danger level to make it 6. My dice rolling's getting sketchy. So I'm going to raise the danger level. And then make it a 6. -1. That's the reason why I did it. So that's 5. I do hit for 1. And that's all he has left, so I'm going to end his turn. It is Blaze's turn. 4, 5. Oh, I got it. I'm going to badly injure you. So this is happening. So 2, 4, 5, 5, and 6. I'm going to do that. So badly injured. When a badly injured figure loses 1 or more life, it loses an additional life. When badly injured figure is healed, its life is increased. Remove the affliction. So I'm going to badly injure you, sir, with my ability that immediately takes effect. So if I hit you for 2. +1. Yeah, you need card sleeves. So 2, 4, 5, 6. Badly injured. So 1, 2. And you're still badly injured. And that is going to end Blaze's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's next on the app? I'm following proper procedure now. End turn. Is discontent 4 or higher? No, it is 3. Raise discontent by... Sorry, it's 1. Raise discontent is now 2. Are there enemies in play? Yes. It's the enemy's turn now, so the enemy gets to go again. So that enemy is going to attack... I think this time that enemy is going to hit Chalk. And Chalk is going to defend for 2. I want that mountain. He just needs 1 more hit. I want that mountain. 2, 3, 4. I'm going to defend for 4 of 5. Roll -2. So I'm going to take 3 damage. Going down to 5 health. Oh, and I would have gotten to draw a card for free, which is a fatigue card. Awesome. Alright, you're done, enemy. So now you see combat's moving a lot faster. It is Chalk's turn this time. So the enemy went, I draw back up. Cool. Chalk is going to play Mountain Root to punch you in the face for 2 damage. He's going to gain health. He is going to make this a 5 and a 6. So he's hitting you for... Oh, and this fatigue that I played... Sorry. When you play a fatigue card... I did it. Aaron, I didn't do it. When you play a fatigue card, it doesn't go to your discard pile. It goes back to the fatigue deck. So... 2, 4, 5, 6. I heal 1. I can get a fatigue, but I'm playing that, so I'm going to hit you for 2 damage, just out of spite, because I hate your face. And I got a +1, so he's dead. And I gain... Chalk did it again, so I gain another. That's here. Chalk can upgrade, because Chalk has 3 power. I can look up here and say, when defending, all agility on cards played into this defense become defense. Ooh. Heck yeah, I'm buying this. So he's going to upgrade and buy when defending. So let's talk about an upgrade action. It's equip, hair, range, action, trade, craft, train. Perform a train action with your familiar you control. Choose a card from the training row to acquire. Pay the chosen power cost by reducing the familiar's power dial by that much, which is 3 at the bottom. And this card says, when defending, all agility on cards played into this defense become defense. So I'm going to spend that 3, going to 2, 1, 0, to upgrade. It says, let's see. Resolve any acquire effect that may be listed on the card. There isn't any. Place the chosen card into your skill discard pile, unless it is Bond or Storycraft. And draw a new card from the training deck and add it to the new area. So the new card comes up. We got Reckless 2 that's up there. So we upgraded. We've got 1 card left. I can't really go far with this. I'm going to hang on to this card. I'm not spending it. But that's going to end his turn. So let's go back to the app. And Chalk's turn. It is Flicker's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Flip this over, shuffle. And once I'm going to go to 103, and then I'm going to end this. I just wanted to show you combat. Sorry it took so long. I just wanted to walk you through it. The only thing I did wrong, right, for people who are watching this later, and they're like, that seems weird. Why is the app doing that? The app isn't busted. I'm busted. The thing I did incorrectly was I was supposed to follow the app in terms of the combat round. Sometimes the enemy will attack twice. Sometimes they will attack 3 times. It's however the app determines it's going to happen, and I just need to pay attention to that. So I made that error. I am so sorry. It is egregious. You should hate me forever. There we go. So I got focus, assist, and rest. Sweet. Okay, there's no test, so I'm not gonna be able to draw cards for doing these things. And it's Flicker's turn, so let's get the 103. She's gonna play. What's the danger level at 1? She's gonna play this to get it out of our deck. To just move 1. And remember, she has the fly ability, so therefore she says that moving over double dash lines require only 1 movement point. So she's gonna move here to the 103, and then we're gonna read 103 and see what happens. So we'll go back to the app, 103, and I'll shut up so you can hear some good stuff.
They stood at the edge of a vineyard and gazed out at the tangled plants that grew in rows among the dark, fertile soil. The sweet scent of grapes wafted in on the humid air.
Plants! Many plants!
Tweet chirped as Chalk absently scratched its hindquarters.
Well said, my friend, as always.
And Gribbert patted the golem on the arm.
Many plants indeed. Let's take yonder path the farmers so thoughtfully laid down and see what we can find.
Plants! Many plants!
Gribbert nodded, as if chalk and tweets made perfect sense.
Yes, nothing gets by you. I'll take that as you're in agreement with me.
So, we gain 1 power for Flicker for reading that. And we block it off, which means we've searched everything on here. Say done, and it's still Flicker's turn. So Flicker's going to finish her movement. She'll do this focus, discard that to get to A. Everyone has to get to A for us to finish, and that'll end Flicker's turn. It is Gribbert's turn. I get 2 cards. Alright, so Gribbert is going to... I wish I had a big 3 move, but I only got 2. So he's just going to play 2 to get where he's got to get... Actually, I'm going to hold on to that for Blaze, because I need food. Right now, what do we need to do? We need fabric. I don't have fabric. This is not good. So I will move Gribbert. Actually, I just need 2. It doesn't matter. I'll do 1, 2, or 2. Doesn't matter. Spend that, and then I will use that ability to move here and end Gribbert's turn. This is the one I wanted. So, Flick is going to play this action. If there are no enemies in play, Blaze gains food, 1 food. Each time Blaze gains a resource as a result of a force act. So I'm going to gain a food. So I got 2 food on me. And then I'm going to move. 1, 2, 1, 2. And redraw 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And end Blaze's turn. Alright. Sweet. We got out of here just in time. So let's go, big man. So we're gonna do 1, 2. 1, 2. And we're at the end. So now that we're at the end, it says, if there are no enemies on this space, at the end of a familiar's turn, if all familiars and the baby are on the space, you may leave this location instead of pressing end of turn in the app. Upon leaving this location, enter 133 in the app, and when leaving, if any enemies are in play, gain Misfortune +1. So let us go to 133. Follow the travel route on the campaign travel map that leads to the bridge over the Silverling location. Fill in the bubble at that location. Do you want to continue or put the game away and resume from this point at a later time? So this is kind of the pack away. You've gone through 1 quick adventure. And what they're saying is, bubble in. That says a bridge over. So bubble in that one, which is next. So I'm going to grab that. Pull that bad boy in. Yay. This is all part of Chapter 1. So we're going to see how far we could get in Chapter 1 today.
The familiars hurried down the dirt path as quickly as chalk would allow. Much to the annoyance of the others, the golem seemed nervous with its charge, scared to jostle or startle the babe. Blaze growled in irritation.
We cannot maintain this crawl.
Gribbert was inclined to agree.
Friend Chalk, I fear we shall be found out if you cannot manage to increase your pace. Having been a human once, I can assure you, you do not need to treat the runt so fearfully.
Tweets chirped angrily at that, and Flicker agreed.
It's not a runt!
And she flew around the golem's feet a few times.
I think she's a real cutie.
Blaze sighed impatiently.
I'm scouting ahead.
The fox dashed away down the road.
Okay.
Gribbert held up his webbed hands.
I apologize for calling the baby a runt. Let her hereby be known as an absolute cutie.
Flicker and Chalk nodded happily at this.
Excellent. Now that cuteness has been established, can we all agree to pick up the pace? We still have far to go and the road is unsafe.
Flicker waved a hand dismissively.
Psst, it can't be that unsafe.
The road is unsafe.
Blaze had returned, her tongue out as she panted.
The bridge across the Silverling is held by a multitude of armed men. We must hurry away before they spot us.
In the distance was the Silvering, a wide tributary that twisted its way through the vale, aiming for a much larger cousin far away. Gribbert stopped to ponder their next move.
We have two choices, I can see. We can attempt to lure away the guards on the bridge, then sneak across. Or we can follow the Silvering upstream and hope to find safe passage across. What say you all?
None of them felt confident about what to do next. As if to emphasize the point, distant thunder rumbled as once again, storm clouds began to move across the sky.
So it says, together as a group, we decide what to do next. So together as a group, we're going to decide what to do next. As a group, together. And there will be a poll that will be coming up. And the poll is, do we attempt to lure the guards off the bridge or follow the river upstream? So what do we do? Choice A, lure the guards. Choice B, remember, we're woodland creatures. Choice B, go upstream. So ask the community. You get to pick what we're gonna do. And I'll put this back up. You can see your options. Let me see. Let me know if it, yeah, there it is. It should pop up now. So vote. Do we want to lure the guards away or do we want to go upstream? So one is going towards the guards, one is not going towards the guards, so we can see what you'd want to do. So I'll give that a second. I'm gonna drink some water and we're gonna see how it goes. I was doing so stinking well. I'm so mad that I missed the initiative thing because I know somebody will watch it and be like, "I hate that guy. He always gets stuff wrong." That's how I look at it. That's how my head reads. Everyone's like, oh, "I hate that guy. He always gets rules wrong. I hate that guy." All right, so we'll see. We'll let voting go for a little bit, and then we'll see what's going to pop up. Other than that, I mean, tell me what y'all think about it so far, too, while we're waiting for voting to happen. I'll give it, like, about another minute. But what do you think so far? Once again, it was kind of the intro combat Field of Dreams type of thing, that where you have to go through, fight, forge, do all that stuff. I want to buy an upgrade. When I played my playthrough of it, I didn't do an upgrade. So therefore, I was like, I didn't get to do crafting, but I'm going to do crafting in this one. I just need to be able to raise this child's discontent. I can get it back down to 0 if I can just... Oh, wait. No, I can do food now. So Blaze can lower the child's discontent. It wasn't at 3 for the diaper. It was just at that. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and end the poll and see where we're going. So let's see what we're doing. Weird, it just says 3 votes, but it doesn't show who voted. Oh, here we go. All right, we're going upstream. Looks like we're going upstream. Okay, so follow the silvering stream. Raise discontent by 1. Now I need a diaper to help with because it's at 3. Not good. Follow the travel route on the campaign travel map that leads to the Frogs Crossing location. Fill in that bubble. This is a branching story path. So instead of going road trip, we're going to Frogs Crossings, which is 106. Okay, so I bubbled that in on the map. And those maps are available on the website if you want to follow along and see where they are. So next, here we go.
The sky darkened once again as Flicker, Blaze, and Chalk crept through tall reeds and river grasses. Thunder boomed in the distance, and Chalk stopped walking and looked up as rain began to fall. Blaze shook her head.
Chalk, we have to keep moving.
Tweets danced around on the golem's shoulder.
Rain is starting. Rain is starting.
Yes, the rain is starting again. That's why we need to hurry.
But Chalk just stood there, and a single vine grew up from its shoulder. A tiny leaf appeared there, unfurling until, plop, a single drop of rain fell, plunking on the leaf, and not on the baby's face. Blaze sighed, but gave a friendly chuckle nonetheless.
Chalk, you're very thoughtful, but please, let's get a move on.
Just then, Gribbert appeared from the reeds.
I talked to some nearby frogs and toads. Well, the frogs at least. I swear, toads are a confusing lot. Anyway, our amphibian colleagues recommended a tumble of rocks further along the banks. They think we'll be able to ford that spot. Hopefully, it won't prove too perilous.
Blaze shivered.
Let's go. It's starting to get cold.
The never-ending story, Brett. that turn to page 4 in the location book and follow. Whenever I think of the never-ending story, I think of, like you said, the rock biter who was like, "These look like strong heads." Like, no. So turn to page 4 of the location book and follow starting setup B instruction. So not starting setup A because we didn't do the bridge. We're going starting setup B, branching story path. So if you replay it, you'll replay it with starting story. If you choose the other path, it'll probably be starting setup A. So starting setup B says, place the baby and familiars on the flag B space. Here. Okay. All right. Generate an encounter of 3 unsavory. Place them all on the... Where's that? On the Crawley B space. I see Crawley A. Oh, there it is. Crawley B. So now we've got 3 of them. Why are they so strong? 5? Jeez. Okay. The enemies are not alert. After reviewing the special rules sections, continue to the next familiar's turn. Okay, so special rules. So it says alert enemies. Alerting the enemies will affect what happens during an enemy turn. The enemies become alert on a familiar's turn if a familiar attacks an enemy without defeating it, a familiar shares a space with an enemy at the end of a familiar's turn. If a familiar attacks an enemy that is not alert with a weapon that has the silent keyword, add 3 to the weapon's damage value during the attack. Ooh, who has silent? The Lashing Tongue! He has silent. So basically, I can hit, it says add 3, so I can hit an enemy for 4 damage. Which means if I hit with the Lashing Tongue, I can kill an enemy straight out. No, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can kill an enemy straight out. Ooh, we could be strategic about this. All right. Okay. I'm just looking at something real quick. There's an exclamation point, but I don't see that anywhere in here. Let's see, there's food and materials. A B story event that's here. If there are no enemies on the space, and at the end of any familiar's turn, if all familiars and the baby are on the space, you may leave location instead of pressing enter in the app upon leaving. So basically, we have to walk along the bank because the river's pushing, get up here, and then come back. But Gribbert says, when moving Gribbert, treat water spaces as normal spaces. Gribbert is immune to rushing water effect. So we can use Gribbert to start. This is strategic. Very, very, very strategic. Okay, so after reviewing, continues to the next familiar's turn. If Flicker or Gibbert are on the space, are on what space? Okay. Alright. They must be savory. Alright, so done. It is Flicker's turn. So on Flicker's turn, we draw 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we got? Nothing too grand. River can kill somebody with silent, though. I really like that. So it says, Alerting the enemies will affect a familiar attacks an enemy without defeating it. It will alert the enemy. So if Gribbert, who can swim, can get in the water, have these on alert enemies shift, I can kill them. I can definitely kill 2 of them with Gribbert if I'm careful. Okay, I see the pattern. I see the plan. Let's make it happen. We have the tools. We have the talent. The wise man once said. So 5, 4, and 4. And none of them are ranged. They're only melee and they move 2 spaces. Okay. Alright, so let's have Flicker move. Ooh, that's a good defense. I don't want to lose that. We're going to use this Reckless to just move 1. And we are going to check out 110.
A rotting log of pine lay nearby. It was ideally long, but Gribbert was concerned the log might not be strong enough to support their combined weight, which was a nice way of saying he was worried chalk was too heavy.
Okay, so it says in the logbook, write log bridge 131 on the campaign journal. Log bridge 13. Log bridge 131 on the campaign journal. At any time, you can enter code 131 to view the rules for the log bridge. Okay. Oh, we're gonna do that. Place that there over the book symbol. There's still logs there to get, but I need to get cloth. So let's do 131. See what it says. Oh no! Why did I go there? That was weird. There we go. Sorry about that. Go. So log bridge. To move the heavy log, a familiar must make a might skill test. Difficulty 9. If Frog Friends is written in the campaign journal, you receive help from the local frogs. Reduce the difficulty of this by 2 to 7. If we pass, we gain a power. Place the log token so that one end is in this space and the other end is in. Figures can now move between those 2 spaces for 1 movement point. The log token is not affected by rushing water rules. And there's fatigue. If we gain a fatigue, and we acquire 1 fatigue if we fail. Okay. So let's look at this is where I said the rules glossary really helps. So you go to this, and we'll go to water. Weapon, travel. Oh, it's impassable terrain. We can't do it anyway. Ugh, it's impassable terrain. Solid lines. Dash lines. Let's go to solid lines that's in the book. Solid lines. So some spaces on location board page map are divided by solid white lines. Single solid lines block movement, but do not block line of sight. Double does both. Okay, good to know. Good to know. We'll go back. So the reason why I say that's because if we look, it's single solid lines. So it blocks movement. He can't get in the water, but it does not block line of sight, which means she's got line of sight to them. But she isn't going to shoot. Instead, she's going to forage. And the forage thing on here is 3 for what it says here on the book. So I'm going to spend this 1 for 3 insight to forage. I'm going to make it. Ooh, that defense is just too good. So I'm just going to do a straight 3 and see if I can get. No, you're not. You're not going to forage. I need Blaze to forage, so Blaze can get that and help the baby. So you are not going to forage. I think that might end your turn. Yeah, that's going to end your turn. I'm done. I'm done with your turn. It is Gribbert's turn. So we'll get a card. Gribbert, let's move to 111 for you for a 2 move. So 1, 2, and we're gonna do the 111.
A group of frantic frogs emerged from the tall grasses and began to croak emphatically. Blaze chuckled.
If only we had someone who spoke frog.
Flicker scrunched up her face and looked confused.
Don't we know someone who speaks frog?
Yes, Flicker. I was joking.
The fairy nodded and tried to look nonchalant.
I knew that.
Sarcasm! So, is Gribbert on this space? Yes, he is.
Gribbert gave the local frogs a polite nod, and they immediately began to bombard the familiar with desperate croaking. Gribbert shook his head in sympathy.
Oh, dear. Well, it seems my wearing clothes has made the locals think I'm some sort of hero.
Hero!
Tweets danced excitedly on Chalk's shoulder while the golem made gentle applause.
Thank you, Chalk. But I'm afraid the situation is serious. They've lost a wee one, just a little tadpole. I know we're short on time, but perhaps we can look around?
Oops. So it says, place an exclamation point on the water space adjacent to 111 here. In addition to Flicker, who can fly for the remainder of the... Okay, so it says place one... okay. In addition to Flicker, who can fly, for the remainder of this page, Gribbert, who can swim, may move across solid white lines into the water space. See the exclamation section on the current page of the location book for instructions on how to search for the tadpole. And then place a block saying that we did this story piece. Okay, so it's still Gribbert's turn, and let's take a look at what happens here. So it says, if Flicker or Gribbert are in this space, they may attempt to search for the missing tadpole by entering 132 into the app. Let's do it. Let's make it happen, Captain. Let's do it with some... Ooh, this is a big move. I don't want to lose, but whatever. I hate to lose this, but let's do Ferocity. That's the badly injured card. I want to keep that just in case they move. This has 2. That's a 5 for searching. This has a 3 shield for defense. Let's do it. I'm going to do the 1 move here to play that for you to go here. We are in the same space, so we're going to do... what does it say? 132. The player controlling the searching familiar must make an instinct skill test, difficulty 5. That's why I did it, because I have 3, 5, and you know what? Let's make it a 6, because you know how I roll. Oh boy. Come on, Gribbert! Oh my gosh. I threw it off the table. That's awesome. I gotta go and get it. I'll be right back. You'll see me disappear. What's funny is I rolled a +1. Why can't I keep it? Let's try it again. -1. Okay, so I had a 6. That's why I did the 6. -1 makes it a 5, which the difficulty is 5. I met it, so I passed it. So pass.
There was much celebrating as the frogs were reunited with their little one. Even Blaze was forced to smile proudly.
Cool, cool. So, whoever gains power, discard this token. Place Gribbert back on where the 111 was. Write Frog Friends on the campaign journal. Frog. Okay. And continue your turn. And discard this. Done. Well, Gribbert's turn is over. I have no more cards to play, so end this turn. It is Blaze's turn. So I get 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, Blaze, what can you do? Hey, look, the thing that I want to reduce danger. Well, Blaze, the reason why I had Blaze here, place Gribbert 3 spaces. Place Gribbert on a space that is within 3 spaces and line of sight of his current space. I can put Gribbert there if I want, because that's line of sight and 3 spaces. That's awesome. That is a really good card. I can have him leap right now. Okay, so we need to be able to search. So we'll need those. That's 2, 4, 6, and I need a 3. 3 and 3. So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to spend how I'm going to do this move. So I'm going to use this card to that's a rest card. Whatever. I'm going to move this card to move 1. And then I am going to do this with a 4 test. I got a skill so I can draw a card. So this is a 4 or a 3 for that wood. I got a +1, which is great. That's a 5. I succeeded in the forge. Instead of wood with my ability, I'm going to grab fabric and then cover that off as being done. I'm then going to use this fabric to lower discontent by 1. I'm then going to use this food to lower discontent by 1. Ooh. All right, baby was getting a little antsy, so we chilled it out. All right. Let's see. Flicker's got some nice range for next round, but I want Gribbert to have this because Gribbert can kill. So that will be the end of Flicker's turn. So we'll end Flicker's turn. It is Chalk's turn, so we'll draw our 2 cards that we need. One defense. Ooh, that's the avoid card. That one's good for user. But we're gonna. I need the attack. So we're gonna do Nature's Wisdom to move 1 space. I gotta see what these enemies are gonna do. If they're gonna move 2, I got them. So I am going to kill one of them for sure, silently. So that was where I'm gonna end my turn there. I'm setting up for the kill. So end my turn. Is discontent at 4 or 5? No. Raise discontent by 1, which I can solve with another set of food that I have. Are there enemies in play? Yes. Are the enemies alert? No. So search. Move each unsavory that does not already share a space with a familiar 1 move point towards the nearest familiar. Who are any enemies adjacent to or sharing a space with a familiar they can see? So let's take a look. So it's moving 1. 1, 1, 1. So it says, are any enemies adjacent to or sharing a space? No. Nope. The enemies are still not alert. Continue. Let's go. So, Flicker's turn. Flicker, I don't want you doing anything. At all. Now I'm supposed to draw a card. I want this to be... I think I'm... See, Flicker's got the spark, which will set one of them on fire, but I'm not there yet. I need Gribbert to do it. So I'm actually going to pass Flicker's turn. This is all the stratagem. So we're gonna end her turn. There we go. Now it's Gribbert's turn. All right, let's make this happen. So Gribbert needs to move 2. So Gribbert's going to move 2 to be 1 space away. So dangerous. 1, 2. Gribbert is then going to attack. So this is 4. I need 5. Let's make it a 6 for the kill. That's a 6, and I need to hit on a 5, and I'm going to be hitting this dude, which is the octagon. That's how you that silent strike is crucial. Don't know if it counts. I just feed and change my baby, and she's content. Hence why I go to stay home to watch how Canje rolls. You just saw me roll. I missed. I straight up missed. I got a -2. This was a 6. I should have played the 7. I should have played the 7, but it was a 6. Dang it. Ugh. That was a miss. I didn't kill him. A familiar attacks an enemy without defeating it. They are alert. They are quite alert. I attacked an enemy and I didn't defeat it. Awesome. So there goes that surprise. End turn. 2, 3, 4. I'm so pissed. Like, that was so wasted because... Anyway. I am going to... It says within 2 spaces, so Flicker can't burn, but she is going to. I need to get there. I need to get there right now. So I'm going to move 1, 2. All I can do. I can move and then chain. No, I need to be in their space. So I would have to chain. I'd either have to forego the heal or the chain. But I could use this ability now because I'm within 2 spaces. So I'm going to set fire to somebody. That sucked. So for people who are going to play this game later, good luck on that roll. I know you will make it and you will be successful by killing them off in 3 turns. Unfortunately, that is not my experience. We're going to set fire to that guy and raise danger by 1. Ah, that sucked. Okay, so... I don't freaking know what to do now. I don't know what to do now. I need the 2 defense for what's about to happen. The other ones are a heal and a card draw that I will lose. I'll either lose a card draw or I'll lose a heal. Let's lose the card draw, and I'll move here. And that'll end my turn. Yeah, that'll end my turn. I'm not foraging for crap. Ugh. Stupid -2. End turn. Okay, it's Chalk's turn. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Chalk is gonna move 2 with the baby. 1, 2. Chalk is going to chill out. He isn't doing anything. I want to keep this mountain for his turn so he could do some extra damage. Wow, this is going to be a hard fight just because of that 1 miss. This fight's going to become ridiculous. I might just try to run for it and gain 1 misfortune. Like, this is ridiculous. I have to get from B to B. Stay in there. Just because of 1 bad roll. Game getting hard. Flicker's turn. Move 2. 1, 2. And you will have to... You've got line of sight. You can start pegging them for sure. But I don't have enough agility for that. Choices, choices. I don't have enough agility for that, even if I play this card to shoot you. I'm done. I gotta waste the turn so the enemies do whatever they're gonna do. So I get to draw a card up. Is discontent at 4 or 5? No, it's at 2. Raise it to 3. Alright, enemies in play. Yes. Are they alert? Yes, they are. Move each unsavory that does not already share a space with a familiar up to 3 move points towards the nearest familiar. Resolve a melee attack with each savory shares a space with 1. And keep it trucking. Because I missed everything. Okay. So first up, Blaze is going to take it. He's going to use that for 2. That for 3. That for 4. So I'll gain a health. I'll get a card. And so it's 4. Stupid -2. Danger goes up by 1, and I blocked 4. So danger goes up by 1. I block 4 out of 5. I take 1 damage, going down to 6. Next guy. It'll be him again. We're going to 1, 2, 4 again. And I get to draw a card. And that will be 4. I get to heal for 1. And I'm going to take a fatigue. Draw a card. Okay, so it's 4 again. +2. Blocked it all. The second one. You are burning, so you'll take a fire. We'll roll a die. On a positive, it goes away. Hey, look, it's a positive. Who knew? And then the third attack, I'm going to block 2. And hope to marry. I get to re-roll 1 die, so I'm blocking 2 of the 5. Plus, I'm going to re-roll that. Awesome. Danger goes up. So I block 2 of 5. I take 3, going down to 4 health. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. What? I could have... Oh. I'm real angry about it. Because I could have hopped across, come back around, and attacked again, killing 2 of them instantly, only having to deal with 1. But no. My dice rolling picks now, of all times, to say, ha ha ha. So that's exactly what it said to me. Ha 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 ha. Alrighty. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Alrighty. So I can see how playing as a group, everyone is involved, card development will help with the enemy's high hit points. Definitely going to start family game night with this game. Yeah, it's a fun game. It is a fun game. So we're done. It is the guy who Gribbert's turn, who can't seem to hit anybody for any reason. So we got Deb keeping that for Blaze, keeping that for who's the Face-Its, and you are just going to attack. Ooh, I should keep this for Flicker, but whatever. You're going to attack. So that is 2, 4. I need to hit a 5. I can take 1 to draw a card. Nope. Deal with the consequences, or it's going to be a 4. So Gribbert, deal with whatever you got to deal with for rolling like crap. There's the +1 for 5. So we hit you for 1. Discard. And that ends your turn. Turns are going quick now. 1, 2, 3. It's Blaze's turn. Ooh, Blaze got some good stuff. Okay, so Blaze is going to badly injure Square. So first, I'm going to attack with Predator, which will let me badly injure if I can hit it. So I'm going to really try to make this happen. I'm then going to play this, which lets me draw a card. I'm going to play that, and I'm going to play this, which lets me draw another card. So I'm at 4, 5, 6. 7, because I know exactly how this is going to work. 7. 8. I hate you so much. Alright, so 8. I was going to play this card to heal, and I played that one instead. Oh well, I did what I did. So that's 8. You become badly injured, Mr. Square. And I hit you for 1. You become badly injured. Now if I hit you again, you're going to get hit for 2. So zip, toss, done. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you suck. It's their turn. Dang it. Dang it. Okay. Is discontent at 4 or 5? Nope. So we raise discontent. It is now at 4. Choose any of the above methods to reduce discontent. Cool, we can do that. Are the enemies in play? Yes. Are the enemies alert? Yes. They start punching people in the face. Okay, so who's gonna start taking these? Gribbert, you have 3 health. Blaze has 4. And this is just gonna hurt. So we're going to have to block for 2, 3 on Blaze, which will give Blaze 1 health back. Let's see what happens. Danger goes up by 1. Blaze takes, out of the 3, he takes 2, going down to 3. Then next hit, I have to play it all. So I heal for 2, going up to 5. I gotta play everything I got. +1, so that's 3, 4. I take 1 damage. Down to 4. And I'm out of cards. Gribbert, you screwed up. So you're gonna take this last hit. I can't defend against it, so here's what happens when one of my characters is reduced to 0. If the life dial on a familiar control ever reaches 0, that familiar has been defeated and flees. Do the following in the order. Remove the familiar's figure from the board and place it on the character sheet. Gribbert, get the hell out of here. Raise Misfortune by 2. 2. Acquire 2 fatigue. I guarantee when y'all play this, you will have better luck than me. I could've... Oh, I'm so angry. I could've killed 1. Set the familiar's life dial to its maximum health. That familiar becomes badly injured. At the start of the defeated familiar's next turn, return it to play by placing it on any space containing another familiar. And continue on. So that was the 3rd one that I could defeat again. So, done. Alright, it's Chalk's turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. Y'all still hear me? Am I spinning? Uh-oh. Am I back? Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah. Sorry about that. Computer's being wonky. Okay, so Chalk's going for the kill on one of them, for sure. So he is going to, and he's going to play Spark, for sure. So Chalk is going to move with this one. Leaving the baby with Flicker. Then Chalk is going to attack for 2, 3, 4. Set one of them on fire. Raising the danger. Let's do it. Let's make this guy's life hell. I'm gonna set you same guy on fire with this action card. That's 4. YOLO. Nope, miss. Chalk's turn's over. Alrighty, so Flicker's turn. 2, 3, 4, 5. I just have to hit one of them. That's all I have to do. Hit one of them. That's it. That's it. Not too much. Blaze can definitely kill somebody, but it might not be their turn. Flicker can shoot. So 3, draw a card. This is hurting me. 4, I could gain a fatigue, but I'm not. Well, should probably. Yeah, 4, 5. That's 5. +1, hit. 1, 2. You'll be dead on your turn. You're badly wounded. And that ends Flicker's turn. Gribbert's turn. So Gribbert appears back. I'll put you here. Can you do anything that will make me proud of you? No. Sit where you are, Gribbert. I don't want you to do anything. Discontent at 4 or 5, yes. Here we go.
The babe stirred in her wrappings and opened her tiny mouth. A shrill cry echoed out, and the familiars looked around in panic. If their position had been a secret, it was likely not any longer.
Enemies in play. Yes, and we gain a misfortune. We're at 3. So, enemy's turn to go. So, circle first. We're going to play Stone Force. And it is going to be Chalk that's defending for the circle. So, Stone Force, 3. And we're just going to stick with that. So, let's see how much we stop. So, we're stopping 3 of 5. Plus that symbol, I still get hit for 2. 1, 2. Next up, it's this guy. He burns, he dies. And that is Square. Square's gone. With your badly injured stuff. Okay, next is the Octagon. I don't want anybody to die, so I gotta do this. So 2, 3, 4, 5. And I get a reroll on there. So that's 5, blocking it off. And it is chalk blocking. Chalk blocking. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 with that. I do get a point, so I didn't take any damage. I was successful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are done. So, done. Blaze's turn. Hate when I don't have cards that would help Blaze. So this is nothing but ranged cards. Nothing but ranged cards. I think Blaze just has to chill. This hurts, man. This really hurts. Well, what Blaze is gonna do first is Blaze is gonna spend this food to drop this to 3. That's what Blaze is gonna do. Blaze is done. Big man's turn. Once again, this is all range stuff. I could do a 5 straight roll. So whatever, let's see about killing them. I'm gonna spend it all, and I get a card. Shuffle this up. Danger is gonna go up by 1. The danger was at 1, now it's at 2. Oh. How to draw out a fight. Roll poorly once. Draw a card. Let's make it a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a ranged hand. -2. 4. All a miss. Awesome. Who's next? I am so defeated. Flicker's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From that one move, it set me back. Okay, so Flicker's got a 1. That's 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. I'm gonna use this hunt ability if there's no enemies in play. Nope, can't do it. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I get 1 reroll. And I get 1 reroll. Okay, so I do hit, and I get that. I hit you for 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next turn. Is the discontent at 4 or 5? No. Raise the discontent. Are there enemies in play? Oh yeah. Enemies alert. Oh yeah. So the enemies are gonna attack. And the cards that I want to get, when I want to get them, aren't coming through. Aren't coming through at all. So we're gonna block for 2. 3. We're gonna block 3 for the first one. And it will be chalk this turn. 4. So I take 1 damage. And we're gonna block again. For 3. And it'll be Blaze this time. 4. So I take 1 damage. And danger goes up by 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The cards I need, I don't get when I need them. So let's see what happens. It is Gribbert's turn. Do I have a ranged deck, Gribbert? No, this is not a ranged deck at all. We got fatigue. We've got discarding training. We've got reckless. We've got movement. And you know what, Gribbert? Skipping your turn. Okay, Blaze's turn. Thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with danger going up. Oh, and I keep putting these back in this pile. These get discarded. Gotta make sure I don't shuffle them back. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I was supposed to get a card draw, sorry. And I was supposed to get a card draw, sorry. So that's 7. Plus the roll -2. I forgot that card roll, so I do hit. Which I would kick you out of here, Mr. Octagon. And the people who did the killing should be getting a power. So 1 for you, and I believe you did the kill? Or did Flicker do the kill last time? I think Flicker did the kill. No, it was Fire. It was Fire that did it, so no one would have gotten it. Okay, so instead of badly wounding, I just wanted to kill you. And I got 1 card left, so I am done. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just give me 1 mountain card. Please, 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 please. Thank you. So, 3, 5, 6, and that heal for 7. So 7, and I heal. No, you know what? 8, and I heal for 2. 8 damage. 8 damage. What you got? +2. There we go. I got a mountain on there, so it's 2 damage to you. So 1, 2 that I hit you for, and I'm good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I get rid of that fatigue again? I keep doing that. Yep. Fatigue does not go on discard. Goes. All right, so I got those to go, and that ends your turn. End. Flicker's turn. I got enough for this. So 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to use this ability. Forage any space on the map. No skill test need. Chalk gains that resource. So Chalk is going to gain... no, that's a plant resource. That's a food resource. We'll do that. Mark it off. We'll use that action. So it's 2. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5. And I got a card draw, sorry. But I'm not going to use it. So that is danger goes up by 1. But I did hit for 5, which is 1 damage. I could have rerolled, but I don't want to. And then I'm going to use my spark to set you on fire. And I raise the damage again. The danger again. Danger's at 7. And I use that forage. That's gone. So I'm out of cards. I'm done. Is this content at 4 or 5? Yes. So the baby cries again. Misfortune hits us. There is an enemy in play. That enemy will attack. 1. I think we got rid of all of our fatigue. Ooh. So the enemy goes first. Fire hits it. I need to roll and see if it gets rid of it. No, he does not. So he's going to die next round no matter what. 3, 4, 5. And he's only hitting 1 person this time. So who are we defending with? Well, we're going to do Stone Force for 3. And it's going to be Chalk that's going to do it. 3. Let's make it a 5. And because of that symbol, we get to draw a card. So we're defending for 5. +1. Fully defended. No damage. That ends the enemy's turn. Only 1 of them left. Oh my gosh. Alright, Gribbert. Can you be useful to me? Let's find out. 2, 3, 4, and 5. I got a link. Get that. You're already at full health. I'm going to add this to make it a 6. -1, 5. That's what I needed. You're dead. God. That sucked. And Gribbert would get a power. Lord. Okay, so we will end turn. Blaze's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so Blaze, we need you. Ooh, there's a 3 to get that brilliant. So let's get you moving, Blaze. We are going to move to... How do we get there? I can forage for this and keep moving. I know you need to go back and get the baby, which is fine, so the others can keep moving. So I'm going to forage so I can start lowering some discontent. So first I'm going to do that to move, and then I'm going to forage. That's 3, and that's 4. 5. And I heal 1. So 6. So I was able to get it. I'm going to get this. I'm getting that so when it gets to 3, I can push it to 2. To get rid of that. And then I'll play this action, place Gribbert on a space that is within 3 spaces and line of sight of his current space. Line of sight. This doesn't block line of sight, so I'm putting you right there. So you can get that gem. We're going to run like you would not believe. So that will end your turn. It is Chalk's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chalk is going to first spend this food to lower this. Then he is going to get a move on. So he'll spend 2, 1, 2 to grab the baby. 2 again to move. 1, 2. 2 again to move. 1, 2. And then 2 again to move. 1, 2. And he's done. In turn, it is Flicker's turn. 2, 3, 4. We just got to finish this off now. Oh, and I was supposed to block this forage. So, Flicker, time to go. So, Flicker's going to play this where it says, if there are no enemies in play, Blaze gains a food as an action. Flicker is going to get a go in with 2. 1, 2. 3. 1, 2, 3. And then, that's it. Oh, and then play 1 for 1 move. That'll end her turn. We're almost there. Hey, Cynthia. Hello, hello. Discontent is at 3, not at 4, so no. Raise discontent by 1. Now it's at 4. Are there enemies in play? Nope. Continue to the next familiar's turn. So it is Gribbert. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're kind of walking through this now. So we are going to have Gribbert's turn. Gribbert is going to just go. Just go, Gribbert. Get the hell out of here. 1, 2 to go there. Next up, that's going to end his turn. This is the one I care about. So he is going to move. Flicker is going to spend the food to lower discontent. Then Flicker is going to spend a diaper to lower discontent. 2. Okay. Then he's going to start booking it. 3. 1, 2, 3. I want that gem, so he's going to do a thing. So he's going to do 1 and stop there. And that'll end his turn. Chalk's turn. He's going to skip his turn. Flicker's turn. 1, 2, 3. Flicker is going to just move the one she needs to get here, and then end her turn. Gribbert's going to skip his turn. All right, Blaze. Get me 8. Okay, so Blaze is going to try to get that gem. So it's 3 I need, so 2. Oh, wait, no, I don't. I don't need to do that. I got this. Tweets. Forage any space on the map. No skill check needed. Chalk gains that resource token. Fabulous. I get that gem on chalk. And I can upgrade. Ooh. I can upgrade now. Okay. What can I upgrade? I can get the Bright Shade ranged weapon. I can get the Rainbow Shield, but what I really, really want is this Wormwood Club. But I need 2 wood for that. Let's get out of here. So Flicker's gonna play 2 to move. 1, 2. And we are done. That would go there. We've done everything we got to be. If there are no enemies on the space, at the end of the familiar's turn, if all familiars and the baby are on the space, you may leave this location instead of pressing end of turn in the app. Upon leaving by this exit, enter 135. If there are any enemies, we gain a misfortune. We've already got 4. This is not fun. So we're going 135 for more story. Here we go. Let's see. Follow the travel route on the campaign travel map that leads to the Druid Stones location. Okay, so another branching path. We're going to the Druid Stones. We're going to... What time is it? How are we looking? How are we looking? Yep, let's keep it running. Let's keep it shaking. All right, so we are going to continue. Here we go.
They trudged up a wet hill, arriving at a wide circle of ancient menhirs, each covered in a variety of long-forgotten runes. They huddled beneath a stone arch, and Blaze looked around at the liths.
Who built this place?
Flicker's wings began to hum with excitement.
Ooh! I know the answer to that. The first humans built places like this all over Principalia. Although, when they still lived here, it wasn't called Principalia.
Blaze nodded appreciatively.
Impressive, Flicker. So why did they build this place in particular? Why these standing stones?
I could not say.
When the rain lessened, Gribbert cleared his throat.
We need to head for the mill, but first we might try foraging for some supplies.
Okay, so it says that each familiar may search for supplies by performing an insight skill check, difficulty 4. Take a forge token of your choice after all players that want to have finished searching in this way. If danger is at 5 or higher, raise discontent. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's go in order then, because we're making this happen. So we're going to have Flicker go first. Let me do this. So we're going 2, 4, and it's a 4, so we're going to make it a 6er. Just in case. Roll this die. Danger goes up by 1. Oh, no. Okay, so I got a chain. Would have let me draw a card. And Flicker had a reroll. Flicker has a reroll. Dang it, it would have happened anyway. All right. So then we draw up. So Flicker did make it. Flicker will grab, what do I need for 2? I need food. Then Chalk is going to try for a straight up 5 and a heal and a card, and he gets a reroll. Ah! Come on. That's 5. After all players have finished. So I did make it, but oh, I get a reroll. +1. Sweet. It doesn't go up. Woo. That was scary. Okay, so I get 1. I'm gonna grab one of these. Then Blaze's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going on 6. What is with this? God. That's all I'm rolling today. So I did get it. What do we need for it? What do we need to craft? I want that axe wood. Let's keep it going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please give me the mask. Of course you don't have it. Useless reptile. 5. +1. So we will get another wood. And we're done. But our danger level's at 5. So discontent gets raised +1. So discontent is at 3. Right. Is discontent at 4 or 5? No. All players draw back up to a hand of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Follow the travel route on the campaign travel map that leads to the old mill location. So that was just a skill challenge. So we're going up the old mill. We are close. We have one more to do and then we're done with chapter 1. Next. Here we go.
The old mill had lurked in its location for over a century, but had laid vacant and decomposing for nearly a quarter of that time. Some folk called it the old Smidwick Mill, but considerable time had passed since that name meant anything to anyone. Blaze led the way.
Come on, we're almost there.
Flicker looked around nervously.
I don't know. This place looks awfully scary.
Gribbert gave her a reassuring smile.
Oh, it doesn't look too bad to me. What's so scary anyway?
Flicker pointed out at the moldering fields.
Well, there's the murder scarecrow.
Lightning crashed, and indeed, the familiars saw a raggedy figure that staggered along, its arms outstretched before itself like night gaunt.
Boss fight. So turn to page 7 on the location book and follow the starting setup. Boss fight. So starting setup. Place the baby and familiars on the flag space, which I've done here. Generate an encounter of two tatter thrall. 1, 2, and I cannot wait to paint these. That's these two. And I'll hold them up for you to see. I can not care about my background. There we go. That's what they look like. So I cannot wait, and you see their picture right there. I will be painting these minis, and it will be beautiful. So 2. Oh, circle. Sorry, I need the circle Tatterall. So generate an encounter of 2 Tatterall. After reviewing the special rules section, continue to the next familiar's turn. They will. Where did they get? So it says 2 of them. Well, there's a space here and a space here, so I'm assuming that's where they spawn. Special rules: hiding spots. Enemies cannot see a small or medium figure on a hidden spot, which is with an eye, which is here. Unless sharing that space, they will not move forward toward them unless there are no familiars in sight. If the baby is on a hiding spot and discontent is at 4 or 5, the hiding spot has no effect because it's crying. Cool. The Tatteralls have 2 health, but they hit like a truck and they shield for 6. Scatter. Unless a Tatterall is on fire when it is defeated, generate an encounter of 3 scuttlers and place them on the space the Tatterall occupied. So I have to light it on fire to kill it, or it spawns more creatures. It spawns these creepy crawly hand things that have let's see, it says the scuttler's attack value is 3 plus the number of scuttlers in its space. So it can hit for 3 or 5. Each one will hit for 5 when they first spawn. They have a shield of 4 and they move 3. Awesome. So I gotta light these things on fire and kill them. Gotcha. This is going to be awesome. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use restroom real quick. I will be right back, and we will get into this boss fight. So, be right back. BRB. Okay, and we're back. So, let's get into it. Done. All right, it is Chalk's turn to start. Chalk's going first. All right. Chalk is going to. It's a 3. Chalk is going to use this. Make it 2. Chalk is then going to spend. He's going to craft. And craft the basic harness to help defending. Or. Ooh, and that would lower danger for sure. That battle harness seems pretty awesome, but I need cloth. The 2 wood pieces I need to get the wormwood club, which is a melee weapon, which I use. But the badly injured is cool. The mountain is cool. That could replace his. He's gonna move. We're gonna use this one to move with the baby in here. I think he would need food now to lure it. He doesn't have any. Nobody. Flicker does. So that'll be what he'll do. I need to find Flicker's fire ability. Nobody's at 3, so we can't upgrade. I need to find Flicker's fire ability. The only way this is gonna work. That's gonna end his turn. He's gonna hide, so no one's coming for the baby. Flicker's turn. We'll draw one. Come on, fire. Nope. Rust card. I can hit for 1 and then light it on fire, and maybe that might work. So we're gonna try that. We are going to move Flicker here. Flicker's got range. Yep. So Flicker's gonna move there. Let's do the 118, and then we're gonna attack. So we're gonna do 118 with Flicker first.
The remains of an old farm cart lay on its side where it had collapsed, one of its wheels having long ago abandoned its burden. Shattered barrels, once used to transport grain, lay on the ground. The earthy scent of moldering wood was thick in their nostrils.
Look at that, 2 wood. That is enough to build that weapon. To get the wormwood club. Let me see about trading. To perform a trade action, first gain danger, then the familiar performing the trade action can give items and resources, and receive items and resources. So we do danger with that. So I'm actually going to get that wormwood club to start, and let me put this here on 118. So done. Continue my turn. I put the block there for it. I'm actually going to craft. And this craft range. No, it doesn't. Choose a card from the craft, acquire the card, and equip it, or add it to the stash, which I'm going to do. Draw a new card from the craft deck. Go. So I'm going to spend the 2 wood to craft the Wormwood Club, and I'm going to put it in stash. Grab a new card, which is Stone of Heroes. When making a skill test, discard this card to pass the test. Cannot be used when attacking or defending. It's a single use. It costs a mushroom and food. Okay. I'm gonna make my. Ooh. Or should I get that? If I get that, somebody has the crystal. I could get the battle harness. If I forage for that. Or we could get the food and Blaze can feed the baby. Keep him quiet while we try to sort this out. Let's do the attack first. Let's do the attack. So 2, 4, 5, 6, and I get a heal for 1, but I'm at full, but I get 2 card draws. 7. I get a reroll. I get 2 rerolls with a 7. And I need to hit him for a 6. Let's make it happen. Let's reroll. There's the +1 that I got for that. So that is enough to hit for 1 damage in that circle. We'll go down to 1. And we're not going to touch circle again until we get fire. And that's going to end Flicker's turn. In Flicker's turn, it is Gribbert's turn. 4, 5. I kept on to that because I want to lower. The familiar cannot target enemies that are 2 or more spaces away, but I can lower when attacking. That automatically kicks, which lowers danger. So let us get where we need to get, and then do the work. 2, 4, 6. That. So we'll do that for 1 move here. And then we're going to attack 2, 4, 6, 7. So that's 7 on. Oh, no. Sorry. I'm going to move here, and I'm going to shoot him for 7. And I'll lower down danger. I almost botched that. Danger goes up 1, but because of my lower down, it negates it, so danger won't go up. And I do hit this one for 1. Okay, let's find fire. So that will end Gribbert's turn. It is Blaze's turn. So let's do this. 1. My fire spell's in here somewhere. And Flicker's in the perfect space to cause fire. If I can draw the card, and then Flicker will move over and try to draw it again, and we're gonna dodge around this thing like you won't believe. Because I don't want those scuttlers forming. Unless a Tetherall's on fire when it's defeated, generate an encounter of 3 scuttlers and place them on the space of the Tattered. Yeah, I don't feel like having scuttlers hit me, so. Come on. Oh, come on. Cynthia, I'm shuffling like this because I can't shuffle the way I want to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so come on, fire. Yes! Spark! Let's do it! So first, Blaze is going to play Spark, which catches you on fire, so you're dead. And then he is going to move and forage. That's what we need to do. So he is going to move here to here, and then forage, which would be a 4. I have a 5. And I got that. That works. I can upgrade now, too. That's 5, and we need I'm gonna get this instead. And then I'm going, and this gets used for the fire, and then I am going to upgrade my life. So he has 3. Place the root bridge token with one end in chalk space. So chalk can make a root bridge if we need it, and it's 3 shield. We've got Reckless 2. You may banish 1 card from your hand or discard pile to kind of like get rid of the junk. And Team Effort, which does fight and attack for 3. I'm going to take Team Effort, and it lets me redraw a card. I'm going to grab that upgrade for 3. Boop. And we get a new card, which is Lucky. More ranged. Cool, cool, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, no bendy cards. I'm trying. So, end Blaze's turn. It is Chalk's turn. Chalk doesn't have any food. Oh, sorry, I forgot to this on here. And we're not leaving the baby. Chalk is gonna chill. That's what Chalk's gonna do. Chalk's gonna chill. He's gonna not go. He's gonna end his turn. Flicker's turn. Flicker. You give me fire again, I'm gonna do it again. Flicker is, I can kill you now, you're on fire, so I don't have to wait for your turn to burn. So let's end this. 2, 3, draw a card. That's 5, 6, 7. So I don't care about your +2. So she's shooting. There we go. So you are dead. Because you were on fire. And I gain +1, which lets Flicker upgrade. What are we gonna get? Let's get the root bridge just in case things get nasty. That gives good shielding too. Let's upgrade that. Get a new card, which is Reckless 2, which I really would love. Take this down to 0. And we got to start culling our deck to get the really good cards up there, but that's going to end Flicker's turn. So, boop. Okay, is this content at 4 or 5? No. Raise this content by 1. Is there are enemies in play? Yes. All right, so enemies are going to move, melee attack, and try to the same thing that they did in terms of trying to get to the baby. Move each enemy that does not already share space with a familiar or the baby 1 move point towards the nearest familiar baby. And if 1 or more unsavory share a space with the baby and no familiars, move 1 towards to get away to try to steal the baby. Okay. So 1, 2, 4. You're going towards. Ooh, you're going towards him. Okay, let's defend. So he is hurt, which means he'll take an extra damage if he takes any damage. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And a reroll. So if I roll a -2, it doesn't matter. I'm not taking any damage. Haha! Just for that. So 2. So then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which blocks all damage. No damage, good sir. No damage. And done. Flicker is. Oh, I get my 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Forage, move Gribbert, Reckless. Okay, so We're gonna have you forage space, so I'm gonna spend this action for Tweet to grab that mushroom. Mushroom. Okay. And then I'm gonna spend this action to get Gribbert away. just go away. No, I'm not. Yes, I am, because I need to get the fire symbol. So Gribbert needs to get the heck out of there. So 1. Okay. Next turn is Blaze. 1, 2. Give me that fire. Nope. Nope. So Blaze, let's get you 2, 4. I gotta waste time to get the fire. 2. Let's make you the target. 1, 2, 4. Use of this rock. Can still keep running to get to 8 to get to story point 119. I use this rest one to run 1, 2, and let's check out 119.
The door to the windmill had not seen use in ages, and it had broken free of the upper hinge, causing the door to lean into the door frame. Frame and door were damp and swollen, and gaining entrance would not be easy. But there was something else unfortunate about the door as well, and it made Flicker gasp. A large V shape had been carved into it, with a horizontal dash across the V's middle.
The sign of the cursed!
Flicker hissed, then fluttered behind Gribbert, tightly grabbing hold of his shoulders.
Something terrible has befallen this place.
Gribbert winced and removed Flicker's claw-like grip.
Well, whatever happened here, it was a long time ago, I'm sure.
Is discontent at 4 or 5? No, it's at 3. Place a token over the book symbol and continue. Uh-oh. Okay. So it's still Blaze's turn. We're at A. It says the door to the old mill is locked. You cannot exit until it has been broken down. Breaking down the door requires a familiar on this space to pass a might skill test difficulty 8. If we pass, we get one power, and the familiar can now use the exit. If the door has been broken down at the end of any familiar, if all familiars are on the space, you may leave and go to the next story. If there's an enemy there, you gain a misfortune. So cool. That's going to be the end of my turn. We are closed. So it is. I need the fire. I don't have it. I think we could take the baby and run. With this rerun. This is 2, 4, 6. Yeah, with this 3 run, I think we can take the baby and run. And I think that's what we're gonna do. 1, 2, 3. And we're not gonna try that test just yet. An 8. That is insane. Okay. That's it. That's it. Flicker's turn. Come on, fire. Oh. Alright, Flicker's got to move in range and to be able to take some shots. So you're going to use this rest to go 1, 2 here. Then that's it. That'll be the end of your turn. Gribbert's turn. All right, we got defense for this one now. So Gribbert's not gonna. Yeah. So when defending, all agility on cards played into this defense become defense as well. So I've got enough to defend against if I need, which means I can move. So I'm going to spend this one. Move 2. 1, 2. There. Nope. Raise discontent. The 4. Is there an enemy in play? Yes. So the enemy is going to do what enemies do. So he's in space with Flicker. Flicker's going to use the avoid ability. Oh, sorry, I got a card. Flicker's going to use the avoid ability that says when defending, all agility on cards played into this defend becomes shield. So it is 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Because of the -2. +1. Blocked it all. Oh, and I got the card for free, sorry. It should have been Stone Face. And okay. I'm just letting that thing live for right now. Done with the enemy turn. Yeah. So 1. Let's see if we can get the fire symbol back. I don't want the Scuttlers to appear. I could get the Scuttlers, but the Scuttlers have how much health? Scuttlers share space, move. The Scuttlers attack value 3. There's no health on them. There's no health on the Scuttlers. I don't know how much health they have. Do they stay around forever? Maybe. I don't want to find that out. Yeah, because it says movement's 3. Fighting is 3 plus the number of Scuttlers in that space. Ranged. So it doesn't really have health. So I'm going to wait for the fire. I'm not screwing around with that. 2. There's the fire one. I got what I needed. So whose turn is it? It's Blaze's turn. Well, Blaze has to get back there. So Blaze is going to use the rest to move 2. 1. Right there. Blaze is going to use Spark's ability to light that sucker up. And then that's going to be the end of Blaze's turn. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Blaze is going to move back 1. Blaze is going to pamper this baby. Get that down. Then it's going to be the end of Blaze's turn. There's Chalk's turn. 3. Chalk is going to use these 2 to craft to build the bright shard. No, he's not. No, he's not. I need that battle harm. You know what? Yeah, he is gonna. He's gonna build the bright shard and put it in the stash. And we got the rustic sling. We got to build those things up. And that's all he's going to do because he doesn't have a thing to do with it. Okay. Turn. Flicker's turn. 2, 4, 6. And she has a reroll. So Flicker's going to attack. We can kill this thing now. It's on fire. And she has 1 reroll. Danger's up 1. Yeah, let's take it. Danger goes up 1, but I still hit. for 6. You're on fire. You are dead. Flicker gets 1 power. All right, let's get this door open. So that's the end of Flicker's turn. River's turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we need? We need strength, huh? Well, I need those two for 2, 4. So Gribbert is going to move here and end his turn. Yeah. Yep. And then his turn. Is discontent 4? Nope. Raise it by 1, 2, 4. Is there enemies in play? Nope. Continue to the next familiar's turn, which will get it to yours, and we need strength, right? So let's start burning some stuff so we can get some strength back. We're going to burn these 2 to move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll end my turn. I'm trying to get enough cards to get 8. 2. Right now I'm sitting at 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm sitting at 7 with a card draw. Let's do it. So 2. This is a strength check that we need to do. And I get a card draw and a heal. So a card draw puts me right at 8. A heal takes me to 7. So I'm at 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, I need an 8. I need an 8. I don't even care if danger goes up. I need an 8. Come on. Give it to me. Yes! 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boom. Go ahead, chalk. So pass, gain a power. If the door has been broken down at the end of a familiar's turn, we can advance, which is what we're going to do. 136. That's how you do it. 136. Follow the travel route on the campaign travel map that leads to the Rest Assured location. Fill in the bubble. This is the last one, and then this is the end of the chapter right here. Let's see what happens. We're going to continue to Rest Assured.
Chalk gave a tug, and the door swung open with a crack. The rest of them gathered behind the golem and nervously peered into the cavernous dark of the mill. The place stunk of must and decay and vole droppings. Blaze already knew she didn't like this.
I don't like this.
Oh, come on, Red.
Gribbert shrugged, but the fox insisted.
I smell malice and fear.
Marilius would have told us if this place was haunted.
Gribbert knew invoking their master's name would get results. They all trusted the old wizard implicitly. But Flicker was inclined to agree with Blaze.
Those things are still out there. We need to get the door shut and barricaded as soon as possible.
And with that, she drew her delicate willow wand and began to weave a web of light that slowly brightened up the interior. Far away outside, there came a terrible screech that gradually faded into the sounds of the approaching storm.
So I think this is the beginning of chapter 2. No, this is Rest Assured. This is not the beginning of chapter 2. This is the end of chapter 1. And this is a big fight. So this is a massive fight. So it says, place the baby and familiars on the flag space, which is where we were outside of the cottage here. Generate an encounter of 2 Tatteralls. So 2 of them are back. 1, 2. After reviewing the special rules and victory objective sections, continue to the next familiar's turn. Special rules, stairs. So these are stairs here and here. Moving from a stair to the other stair requires 1 point of movement. Barricades. Once an entrance has been barricaded, treat it as a double solid line instead of a dash line, which we could barricade that possibly. Yeah. YOLO. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see what happens. So Flicker goes first. So Flicker's got to move in. These their hit points are reduced. Oh, well, it's the same, but I want to know what's with these watchers. So I'm gonna move 1 with Flicker into here and read 125. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay.
Dominating the center of the mill was the massive wind-powered milling machinery built primarily of stone. A thick iron shaft, rusted from disuse, reached from the base at the ground floor and rose up, up, and up into a hole in the faraway ceiling. The door to the mill hung open at an angle, damaged by the forced entry. It was in desperate need of fortification if it was going to protect the familiars from the elements and intruders. A human-sized stone staircase wound upward to a loft. Beneath the stairs was a small clay oven, blackened with soot, evidence of some past fire.
Okay, so Flicker gets 1 power. He's at 2. Place the symbol on, which I just did. Continue your turn. Note, rules note. When moving onto a cog space, consult the matching cog for details on how to interact. Okay. It's still Flicker's turn, and we are on a cog space, which is cog 2. Barricade. To barricade this entrance, discard 1 skill card and spend 2 wood. I've got 2 wood. I've got a skill card. We can make this happen to barricade. Okay. Okay. But there's another entrance right there. So, so Flicker's going to... Let's end Flicker's turn. I'm so afraid. It is Gribbert's turn. So Gribbert is going to actually trade with Blaze, raising danger. And then Gribbert is going, and I get a card. Gribbert is going to move with Reckless in here. Gulp. And we're gonna end Gribbert's turn. Blaze's turn. I can't lock the door with the baby outside. So, I think I'm gonna move 2 to get that and barricade that door. So, let's do that. I would have gotten a card. And we got the 2 moves, so I'm gonna spend that. 1, 1, 2. There's a fire that's there. To light a fire, spend 1 wood, place it on the space, and pass a skill difficulty of 3. If I pass, place a fire under the wood token. The warmth effect now applies to the space. With warmth, if the fire is lit, a familiar on this space doubles the number of life gained when playing cards with heal icons. If the baby's on this space when the fire gets lit, or the first time the baby is moved on this space, lower discontent by 2. Okay. Let's not worry about that right now. I'm going to move again with this for 2. Let's see. It says window. Only small enemies and familiars can move through this entrance. Barricade this entrance. Discard 1 skill card and spend 1 wood. 1 skill card. 1 wood. That's barricaded. So let's put a marker. I'll put this little trap thing to just say this has been barricaded. And then I am going to... What is the forage on here? 3? Nope, that's going to end my turn. Get the baby and then barricade the rest of the room. So that's going to end Flicker's turn. Is discontent at 4? Yes, it is. blast it. Blast it, blast it, blast it.
The baby squirmed, then scrunched her face before unleashing a high-pitched squall. The shrill sound of it was enough to panic the familiars, but there was something more as the very air around them felt charged. The machinery rattled and shook, and there was a terrible groan as parts strained to move for the first time in decades.
Oh dear. Misfortune goes up by 1. I'm now at 5 Misfortune. If the entrance at Cog 2 is not barricaded, generate an encounter of 1 Tatterhall. Okay, so this is 1. If the entrance is barricaded, generate an encounter of 2 Watchers instead. Place the new enemies on space 2. Just here. We got 1 more place to batter of. Okay, next. Enemy's turn. Follow the steps in order. Barricades. If the door at number 2 has been barricaded, replace each outside Tatterhall with 3 scuttlers. If all 3 entrances have been barricaded, remove all outside enemies from play. So 2 hasn't been barricaded, but 1 has. Okay, so move each enemy that does not already share a space with a familiar or the baby up to the value. They move 2. Crap. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I needed to draw 3. Crap, crap, crap. Okay, so let's do this. Seeking. So seeking, if they are watchers sharing a space with the baby, Misfortune. There's no watchers there yet. Move again, so move towards if they can move. So we need to get in and batter that door down. Okay, so I gotta defend against 2 attacks. So 2, 3, hard, 4, 5. Actually, let's do this instead. No, that'll be next. They're gonna hit for 6. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the first hit coming. 5 on a 6. Yes, that's full block. And I would heal 1, but I'm already at full health. Second hit, I'm going to play defense. So that's 2, 3, get a card. Sorry, that's 5, 6, 7. Actually, let's make it 5. I need to get that 1 wood to lock off the next place. So I'm going to make it 5 on 6. So that's 5 on 6. 6. Perfect. No damage. No damage. Okay. They move again. Move any enemy that's not already share space with the baby with it. So you'll move there. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we go. So we get 1, 2, 3. We need to get the hoof out of here, so I'm going to spend this reckless. Me and baby. 1, 2 to the fire. And then we need to lower discontent, so let's light it. But I need to light it. I need a skill test difficulty 3. We're going to do these 2 for a straight 3. I know I'm going to roll stupid, so let's do this. So just in case a -2 happens. Danger goes up by 1. And that's enough to light that fire. So the fire is lit. Discontent goes down by 2. 1, 2. If I feed you, you'll shut your face. Gotcha. So I'm hanging on to that card. Fire's lit. Discontent went down by 2. And that's going to end his turn. Barricade the door, please. Please. Oh my gosh. All right, your turn. Okay, so I need it to be Blaze's turn, and then I just need to barricade the door. I just need to hunt 1 thing. Oh, come on, 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 come on. We can do this. We can do this. Come on, we could do this. There's a high window upstairs we need to barricade as well. So, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so flicker. 4, 3, and move. Let's do it. Not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. Just in case this isn't enough, we need to do this. So flicker is going to move 2, 1, 2. Flicker is going to spend this 4 to see to get 1 wood. -1, 3, which is what we needed for forage. So we gain 1 wood. One of those is crossed off. I will give that wood to Blaze, because he is there for 1 danger. For that. And then, I'll go... I'll move... Actually, I'll take it from Blaze. Sorry, I'm stupid. I will take it from Blaze instead of giving it to him. Then I will move 2, 1, 2, and then I discard 2 wood and 1 card to barricade. Oh my gosh. So let's grab that. This door is now barricaded. Okay. Good play. Good play. So that ends Flicker's turn. Gribbet's turn. I need you to get upstairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So upstairs you go, good sir. 2, 2. Root bridge I don't care about. Defense I do. Assist seems pretty decent, but let's go with reckless for a 2 move. 1, 2. Then we'll do an assist to go here. That is 130. So we're doing 130. Don't spawn anything in here. I'm gonna be pissed.
An old tool chest proved to still be in remarkable condition, though when it was opened there were no tools to be found, just a strange box of wood. Gribbert tapped the box.
This looks valuable. Open it. Perhaps there's something we can sell or trade with later?
Flicker reached in with her dainty hands and pulled out the box and set it upon the floor. Everyone held their breath as she opened the lid, only to all give the same response.
Ew!
Inside the box was an old embroidered handkerchief, and surely the ugliest doll to have ever been made. Its head was made from a bird's skull, its body a desiccated husk of dried flesh. Its arms and legs were little more than twigs held together with twine. Flicker slammed the box shut.
Surely this is the ugliest doll to have ever been made.
Blaze was confused.
Why would humans give such a thing to a child? I cannot understand their kind.
Gribbert chuckled.
I've seen plenty of dolls in my life, but nothing as foul as that. Whoever made it either hates children or intended a different purpose for it.
Tweets wiggled happily on Chalk's shoulder.
Pretty boy, pretty boy.
Alright, so now that would be Gribbert, who would gain a power and can upgrade. We need to start. You may banish a card. So let's do that. Let's get Reckless. And so we can start culling the deck to make it a little bit stronger for me. And then finally on his, we need to determine if we're going to take the handkerchief or leave the handkerchief. Everybody's grossed out by what's in there. We take the handkerchief or leave the handkerchief. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So do we want to take the handkerchief or leave it? I'm going to leave the handkerchief. Let's read back and see what it does. So an old toy chest proved to still be in remarkable condition, though when it was opened there were no tools to be found, just a strange box of wood. Tap the box, open it. Perhaps there's something cool inside. Ew, gross. Inside the box was an old embroidered handkerchief and surely the ugliest doll to ever been made. Its head was made from a bird's skull. Its body is desiccated husk of dried flesh. Its arms and legs were little more than twigs held together with twine. Should we take the handkerchief? I don't know. I'm curious. So there's a handkerchief and a doll. I feel like the doll's gonna come for us if we take this handkerchief. Like, I've seen this horror movie 10 million times. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it and probably regret it for the rest of my life. Take the handkerchief. Gain a misfortune. Retrieve the age handkerchief item card from the artifact pile and acquire it. So my misfortune is now at 6. The aged handkerchief, it says, when making a skill test as part of a care action, reduce the difficulty by 2. Huh. That ain't too bad. Okay. And we put a thingamadoo on it, which I did. The misfortune's not looking good. Baby's not in a good spot. Alright, so we need to start gathering wood because it looks like there's a 3 area to cover up an opening. So I'm going to hit up this. I need a 3. I'm going to make this a 5 because I know I'm going to roll a -2. There is the -2. So I got it though. I knew I was going to roll a -2. So I'll get that wood. And that's going to end Gribbert's turn. One of these being forged. Okay. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it. Alright, so that's gonna end Gribbert's turn. Is the discontented 4 or higher? No. Raise it by 1. Are there enemies in play? Yes. If the door at number 2, which is now barricaded, has been barricaded, replace each outside Tethrall with 3 scuttles. If all 3 entrances have been barricaded, remove them. So the scuttles, 3 scuttles. Replace each one with 3. So there's going to be 9 of them. Oh, we need to barricade the next door. Okay. If all 3 entrances remove all outside enemies from play, move. Move each enemy that does not already share a space with the familiar or the baby up to their move value towards the nearest familiar or baby. I don't even know how they can get to that opening. And they move 3. So they wouldn't be able to make it there this round. I don't know how they would get to this opening. That's kind of not expressed. Because this is the 2nd floor. I think they would just stay there. I might be playing this wrong because it's like when all 3 are barricaded, they're done. We barricaded the 2. Because it says they can't crawl in. The door's barricaded. If there are any watchers sharing a space, so... But there's no watchers. I didn't have to spawn any watchers. Because this thing says generate Tethralls. Did it say spawn watchers or scuttlers? It says scuttles. Scuttlers share space, move, and attack together as if they were one enemy. The scuttlers' attack value is stupidly high, but the watchers haven't descended. Nothing is said to put watchers out. It just said generate an encounter of 2 Tethralls. So maybe something's going to trigger to make watchers pop up. So we'll see. We will see. We're just trapped outside scratching at the door from what I can tell. It's Blaze's turn. Okay. Well, Blaze needs to get that 1 wood, then get upstairs. So... 2... 3, 4. So 4 to get that wood, 3 to forage. Danger goes up by 1, but I still get it. What I needed. And I got an extra card, now I would have healed 1. Then he is going to hot foot with 3. 1, 2, 3. Hot foot with 2. 1, 2. Raise danger by 1 to trade to get this. And then I need to just to barricade this entrance. Oh, I gotta move to the entrance. To barricade this entrance, you must move the windmill sail, which requires a might skill check of 8. Okie dokie, I'm gonna stay here. I'm not triggering that thing yet. Matter of fact, I'll just do a thing to get that last piece of wood, so I can get food for the baby. +1, that's 2. 3, which is what I needed. Instead of getting wood, I'm gonna grab this. Yep, because that's what I need to lower it. And that is going to end Blaze's turn. That was actually a good turn. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so let's go. So you, I need strength, so here's 3. 5. 6, 7. The 2 move. So 1, 2. I'll spend this one to move up there too. 1, 2. I'm gonna stop. Yeah, I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna stop. Is discontent at 4? No. Raise discontent by 1 to 4. Is there enemies in play? Yeah, but there's nothing they could do. They're kind of stuck outside. I think once I get to 127 is going to happen. That's why I'm being very careful. Flicker's turn. And I could be playing that wrong. I could be playing it completely horribly wrong. I don't know. So 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Flicker, but Flicker needs to move. So Flicker's going to move 1, 2. Flicker's going to move again. 1. This time Flicker is going to give the baby some food, lower that down to 3. And I'm not gonna do it. Not yet. I'm biding time right now. Ribert's turn. I'm trying to get those strength cards. So Ribert is going to skip his turn. Ribert's going to skip his turn. Blaze is going to use this diaper thingy to lower discontent to 2. Let's kick this thing off right. Blaze is going to move, which triggers 127. All right, let's end this.
Looking up toward the peaked roof, they saw a complicated wood and iron transfer joint that dominated the center of the space. A system of cogs harnessed the wind power that turned the central shaft, running the grist mill on the lower floor. A worn push bar at one time allowed a strong person to rotate the wind sails toward the direction of the wind. A small round window lit in the black night sky. Beside it on the floor was a pallet of straw. The straw was old, but not terribly so. Had someone been living there? Suddenly, a dark shape flew toward the window, a loathsome gurgling noise coming from its bothersome flesh. Blaze called out to warn the others.
Incoming! Flying monsters!
Flicker looked at the window and groaned. Until the window was blockaded, the mill would not be safe. Looking out the window, Flicker noticed one of the mill's sails was very close to the window. If someone could move it, it would make an effective barrier against other winged creatures.
Yep, so now they spawn. And so generate an encounter of 2 watchers, place them on crawl space 2. I don't have those minis. Those minis are not in here. Watchers can cross single solid lines. Moving a watcher across a double dash line requires only 1 movement. Cool, they have 3 health each. I can probably range them until we can close this thing. But I don't have those minis. That's not solid. So I'm going to have to write them and say, where the heck are my minis? Till then, we are going to represent them as 3 black cubes. Or 3 yellow, black cubes. Why not? 2, 3. I don't have those minis. So 3 black cubes that will be spawned, and we need to read the rule. So then we put, and I know y'all can't see, just give me a sec. Oh, 2 of them are there, not 3. 2. Okay, so 2 of them. Encounter 2 watchers, place them on the space of 2, continue your turn. Flying creatures can cross single white lines while moving, and we'll see section 3 on what we got. Okay, so I placed 2 black cubes here on the spot 2 for them because I don't have them, and they both have 3 health. And they can cross single lines, and that's the only single line, which means I need to shut that down. Okay. So we need to, all 3 entrances are barricaded, all familiars and the babies are on the fire space, and that's how we solve. Okay. So we've got the wood we need. We got wood. We've got wood. But we need to do this, and it's still Blaze's turn. Blaze has 5, 6, 7 with 1 reroll chance. Ooh. And I need an 8. 1 reroll chance. I think I might end Blaze's turn. What does it say for turning it? The barricade this entrance, you must move the windmill sail, which requires a might skill test difficulty. Only Flicker, Scuttles, and Watchers can move through this entrance, so now they can start climbing up. Okay. We gotta go for it. I've got 1 reroll. Dang it! Wait, I gotta reroll. Yes! Yes, with the reroll! Woohoo! I had 1 reroll. Oh. Oh. Babloom. Sealed. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They were in a separate bag since they were on a stand with a single stand. Oh, you're right. You're right. Here they are. Thank you, Brett. Oh my gosh. Oh, it doesn't matter now. The rerolls. The reroll saved my life. Ooh, it's crap. I want to break it. Oh my gosh. There they are. Oh, about to have a heart attack. Okay, so I closed it. I gained one power. Okay. Okay. Alright, I closed it. Alright, so I did what I had to do. Now we just need to get back down to the fire and we're done, but I'm out of cards. Just redacted comment. Oh, in tabletop Discord. Okay, okay. Oh, God. Oh. Okay. Let's get down there with the baby with the fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my gosh. I am dying. Alright, so we are getting the heck out of here. 2, take the baby. 1, 2, and then we're gonna move 2 again. 1, 2 to the fire. And we're done. Yeah, the reroll option just for me. I know, right? I know, so I got you down. Sorry y'all didn't see that because I was blocking it, but he moved down with the 2 actions. Flicker's turn. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Next turn. Ribbert. You know what we're doing here. We're just kind of buttoning it up right now. Oh my gosh. If that didn't work and I had to fight all these things, which these scuttlers have no health, does that mean that they stay around forever? Are they the health of the Tatteralls? Oh, gosh. My nerves, man, my nerves. So spend 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, and then let's end this. I just need a 2 and 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1. Alright, so all entrances are barricaded, all familiars and the baby are on the fire space. Once these objectives are completed, at the end of any familiar's turn, if all familiars and the baby are on this space, you may leave this location instead of pressing end. Upon leaving this location, enter 129. There are no exits. See the victory objectives to see how to do this. So 129. Give me a dang heart attack.
They settled down by the fire and tried to get some rest. Their labor in the mill had paid off. They were dry, relatively safe, and now they were also warm. Blaze curled up around the baby, who fell asleep, gripping the fox's fluffy red tail. Gribbert nodded at the baby.
She's something, ain't she?
Flicker gave a big smile.
Yeah, she is. Look at her sleeping so peacefully. I think she likes you, Blazy. She's one of the good ones, I can tell. When she grows up, she won't...
Flicker's voice trailed off. Suddenly, there was a growing rumble, and far in the distance, the sound of a frightful blast. The familiars ran to the topmost window and gasped when they looked out. A rolling ball of purple fire rose up, far in the distance, far past the horizon. Lightning crackled in its crown. At first, the familiars marveled at this distant light show. But Gribbert's mind leaped ahead, and he threw both hands up over his mouth. Blaze looked at him.
What is it, Green?
Gribbert pointed, though he did not need to.
Where is that ball of fire?
Blaze shrugged.
I don't know this land. Wait, there's the silvering in the distance, reflecting the moon's light.
Flicker gasped.
Merelius!
They watched the ball of purple fire die and recede, but no one said anything for a while. Chalk sat down.
Father!
Chirped Tweets.
No.
Blaze shook her head.
No! No way! That wasn't Merelius's house over there. I mean, we can't even see that far. Besides, it doesn't matter. He was a royal wizard once. If anything, the purple fire was Merelius unleashing destruction on his enemies. Yeah, that's probably it.
Flicker looked to Gribbert.
What do we do now?
Her voice sounded so sad and tiny.
We follow the plan. We head to the Witchwood and wait there for Merelius. He'll be there. I know he will.
That night, no one fell asleep quickly, but they remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts and worries. But one by one, they drifted off, and silence descended. Squeak! The lid to the wooden box opened, and the hideous doll inside sat up. It tiptoed to the sleeping familiars, and after sniffing them, snuck away, giggling madly to itself.
Well, so you've completed chapter 1. Save your progress now by doing the following. Follow the travel route on the campaign travel map that leads to the Into the Woods location, filling in that bubble. Chapter 1 is done. That was brutal. Record the amount of misfortune you ended chapter 1 with on the space provided. Chapter 1 misfortune was 6. Set both sideboard dials back to 0. Okay. Discard all afflictions and marks of devotion from each familiar, so you are no longer afflicted. Set each familiar's health die to its max value. Shuffle the crafting and training deck discard piles back into their draw piles. And do you want to continue on to chapter 2 now, or put the game away and resume chapter 2 at a later time? We will put the game away. So, follow steps. Each player shuffles all of their skill cards together and chooses one of their familiars they control. Then they place those cards in that chosen familiar's box. Fatigue cards are not removed from a player's skill deck at the end of a chapter. Put each familiar's items and resource tokens corresponding. Store the deck box away. Hey, what's up, Jack? What's up, Frederick? Pull up the chair. And get all familiar. So, okay. So why are they pushing? I said stop. So we're done. We are done. Oh my god. Okay. So we ended with 6 misfortune, and it looks like it adds up to make a score at the end on the sheet because it's 6 plus plus plus, which will equal a total. We completed it, so I'll keep the deck how it is and put it into one of their boxes for safekeeping that's on there. I reset the dials as it went, got rid of the misfortune that's there, and put them back up to full health, which would be 8 and 6 respectively. We've still got our power that we can use. It didn't say get rid of those. We've got some new items to dish out when the time comes. So this one I'll probably put here, and this one will go here. Or here. One of the two. So we'll see. We'll see. But I've got weapons to dish out. We've got 2 more people that can get some more upgrades as it goes, but we'll upgrade later for what's on there. Looks like I missed the entire playthrough. Was it fun? It was fun. It was a nail biter. My bad roll ruined something, and then by gosh, right at the end, it was clutch. So that was interesting that it said when you got up to 3, it didn't say that they could crawl in the entrance. But over here, somewhere in here, it was when this triggered. The rules over there said that they could crawl in the entrance. So that is a possible miss that you want to keep. What card sleeves do you recommend? Those look like they fit perfect. These are card sleeves. These are the card sleeves I use. They are Pro Gloss deck protectors. They're Ultra Pros, so they come as like for 100. So they come in a stack of 2 for 150 each. But they are Ultra Pros that I always use. I swear by these. I've tried Dragon Shield. I've tried all the other ones. They don't fit the cards the way I want. Like, it's still that loose fit. I've tried. I promise. If you've had different experience with these, that is great. I've just never had good experience with Dragon Shields, with any of the other brands. I even have a deck over here of Sleeve Kings. I even got Sleeve King sleeves, and these feel flimsy to me. Like, I know people swear by Sleeve Kings, but they're too flimsy. These these Ultra Pros are perfect. They don't see how as I'm doing this, they don't shift, so it doesn't bother me. I think the one thing that will bother somebody with an Ultra Pro, and I'll hold this up so you can see it, is when you flip it over the back, you see there's this little bubble that's here. That's their trademark. So I put those on the back of the cards that I shuffle because I don't care. And then the front stay. So just bear that in mind. If this is going to drive you crazy, then stick with Sleeve Kings or Dragon Shield. But they don't, and these things fit so perfectly in here for me that I use them for Marvel Champions. I use them for Arkham Horror. I use them for every board game that I sleeve. And I think these things are fantastic. Is this like the Stuffed Fables game? Yes. This is like Stuffed Fables. It's a different story, and it is really good so far. But yes, it is like Stuffed Fables. You are mythical creatures in a fantasy world walking around. You're a fox spirit, a cursed human that's been turned into a frog, a rock golem, and a fairy. And you are trying to keep a baby safe. So, yeah, it is. But they slip easy from putting cards in. They look great, hence why I just ordered them. I love Ultra Pros. I've been using Ultra Pros for well, I've only been in the hobby and streaming for less than 2 years. So I love them I've been using these for a long time. I researched the hell out of them and they work perfectly for me. So let's see. So yeah, this was Familiar Tales. I just did chapter 1. If you are interested, and because there's 3 chapters total, so if you're interested for me to play through chapter 2, hit the like, let me know in the comments if you like it, and I don't mind. I want to see how the story is going to turn out and what happens with the creatures. I want to reiterate, I made a mistake in terms of the ruling because it wasn't known until later when these things cropped up, these watchers, that these things can crawl in that window. Right? It wasn't really stated, so I didn't know, especially since I went upstairs. How do they deal with crawling up windows? Do they just crawl up one space and then move in? I don't know. So, keep that in mind when you play the game. When these things spawn, they can crawl in and crawl out the window. The other thing that I need to ask, and I'll probably put it in the forum so that the designer can answer, there is no health on the Scuttlers. There is health on the Tatterthralls. There's health on the Watchers, but not on the Scuttlers. Does that mean that the Scuttlers have 1 health, or does that mean that they can't die? I don't have the answer to that question, and that confuses the heck out of me. So maybe he can answer that one to say, sorry, that was a misprint. They only have 1 health. I don't know. But if there's 9 of them, and they're doing 3 plus the number of them, that means that they're doing 11 damage every single time they hit you. There's no way you can live past that. Like, Misfortune will just calculate up. So I need some clarity on that, and I haven't gotten any clarity on it. So I'll put that in BGG's forum to see if the creator will answer that, to see what comes of it. Other than that, yeah, there's a lot more in this book to go. A lot more in this book to go. So let's head up to the top and see what's up. All right, so that's Familiar Tales, Plaid Hat Games, and done by, let's make sure we get the right guy's name, Jerry Hawthorne. So that is his wonderful design and creation. Yep. So that's what they have there. Like I said, if you want to see more and you want to see me play chapter 2, I'll play through all of chapter 2. Let me know. I'll set up the stream for Sunday if you're interested. Hit like. Let me if you like it. Let me know in the comments, and if you guys y'all are really feeling it, we'll play chapter 2 next Sunday and go through all of chapter 2 and see what happens with the story, and then chapter 3 to end it all off for the entirety of it. So cool. I hope you all enjoyed it. Yes, it is like Stuffed Fables if you're considering it. So if you enjoy Stuffed Fables, you'll love this game. If you hated Stuffed Fables, this game isn't for you. Let's put it like that. But you saw solo play of it, where solo play you play with 1 deck instead of 4. But if you play with 4, use the app. It can walk you through doing everything to set up like I showed. And then from there, I just cut off the tutorial and we just played through everything. So it should be fine. And the tutorial only goes through the fleeing the night piece. Once it gets to the next story, it shuts itself off and says, just go play, you know what you need to do. So gameplay isn't hard, but it's a lot of things to keep track of, like I said. You might miss things like I did. So try it out, see what you think, if it's a game for you, and that's all I really have. It has been a blast playing board games with you all, as always. So I hope you enjoyed this as well. If I made any mistakes, which I probably did, put it in the comments, because people who watch this video later is probably going to say, let me read the comments and see what pieces he missed. But put it in the comments. I will endeavor to do better. I will then, should we play this game and everybody's like, yes, I want to see chapter 2, I will catch those misses, say them in chapter 2's one of saying, here's what I missed, thank you so much for doing it, so and so, make sure we do this, and then make sure I correct that as we play. So other than that, I think that's pretty much it. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. Coming up on, let's see, what do we got? So Tuesday, the finale of Unsettled. I'm playing Califos: The Last Planet. Thursday, Pandemic Legacy on Tabletop Simulator. I started putting TTS on there because I remember one of the viewers said they were like, oh, it's Tabletop Simulator again, I don't want to see that one. So instead, I want to endeavor to help it easier for your decision. I'm going to put -TTS at the end of every video that I'm going to be streaming that's on Tabletop Simulator. So Thursday, I put it on there where we're going to be playing me, Pac-Man, and Steven are going to be playing Pandemic Legacy Season 1. We're going into Season 1 and trying it out. And then Sunday is Marvel Champions. I'll be playing Galaxy's Most Wanted using Drax. And then next week, Tuesday, I got something fun planned for us all. A really, really good treat. Like I said, I'll post it on Thursday for you all to see. So stay tuned, like, subscribe, hit the alert bell to know when that gets posted, and we're going to have a good time with it. Until then, I will watch this now and then comment if I'm interested in Chapter 2. Yeah, that sounds good, Jack. Just let me know. Until then, thank you so much for joining. I love you all. It's 2022. Get out there and play some board games, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. Insert comment here. See you later.